going on air and messing up. You see many of them having trainings and media trainings, our forte. And we want to take media to the wider society so that we train people in media literacy. Because Vin, take it this way, why is fake news proliferating so much? Lack of media literacy. Because you get a video that clearly is doctored and you don't know it is doctored. So the video is just showing me and then showing some other people's reactions. And at no time does it even pan to show that I'm in the same room with those people. And it shows, and then it makes a claim that I have said this and these are these people's reactions. Even without you being told, you should know that the camera not even panning to show just you and me, shows that these are two separate videos or a montage of other videos packaged by someone who wants to tell a particular story. And then you share this to 20 WhatsApp groups and all of this, and you are creating so much fake news such that even when there is the true news, people no longer believe because of the prevalence of fake news.
And they've even moved it to health products.
Yes.
When you see on Facebook, they put an Arise newscaster on an AIT newscaster or one NTA newscaster and put words in their mouth saying and they are endorsing drugs and people are fake and people are buying it hook and sinker.
Why are we sharing those things? Because of lack of media literacy. In Scandinavian countries in Europe, media literacy is taught from secondary school so that children grow up knowing how to consume media. Right now, even in these mobile phones we hold, there is technology there that exists that will show you, if you drop in a photo there, it will show you the first time this photo was ever used online. So that if somebody is repurposing that photo, saying that, oh, this was Vin Martin in a hotel doing so, you drop that photo in tineye.com, for instance. Tineye.com will show you that this was Vin Martin 2 years ago at AIT Studios. This person just took that photo, removed the AIT background and put a hotel and made it appear that Vin Martin was in that hotel.
Well, great job you guys are doing. And I must thank you for the job you're doing and to thank you for coming on our show.
Thank you. And great show you have here.
Congratulations.
Kudos to Signature TV.
And that was the rector of the West Africa Broadcast and Media Academy, WABMA, Mr. Ike Okere, talking to us on the recent graduation and opening of the Abuja campus. And that's how we draw the curtain on our show today. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo from Abuja in Nigeria, thanking you for watching and asking you to go to our social media platforms and promising that if you go to www.signaturetv.org, you can watch this program again and watch our other programs. Until next week, bye for now.
They were successful because of the system they were operating. The system encouraged competition, healthy competition, not destructive competition. Then the military came to do a little bit of history. The military came and unified the whole nation into what I see as a foolish unification. And then that foolish unification led to the killing of this competition. You remember there was a granite pyramid in the north, there was cocoa production in the west, there were palm trees production in the east, and the likes of Okpara, as you have mentioned, were encouraging these systemic famine, and they were boosting productions. When the military came, they said all our federation account is now centralized. Then we now rendered our people into parasitic beings who are waiting on the government to bring the largesse from the headquarters before they could move forward. And by so doing, they killed agriculture, they killed education, they killed initiatives. Industries were killed. I was in Kano only a few weeks ago because I was on NUC delegation to Kano to take a look at 1, 2, 3 universities, and we discovered Kano was a place I was visiting as a student of ABU, and at that time they didn't have less than 35 industries. You go to Kano now, the industries have been killed. You don't have even up to 5 industries. That's the danger of rendering nations into parasitic beings that are indolently or parasitically waiting for largesse from the headquarters. That's why many people are talking of fiscal federalism. Fiscal federalism in which you are not breeding states that are parasites, states that are not contributing anything to the national coffer. Are you getting it? They're not as indolent as we're made to believe in those days. We're hardworking. Agri products were coming from the north. You get it. Granite pyramid was coming from the north. But now you have these black bag carrying contractors walking all over the place with nothing in their head, deceiving government and allowing government to be deceived for the system to be killed. That's what we are having now. And there's no initiative. If there is a competitive synergy for initiative generation, all the states in the federation must bring to the table their internally generated revenue to survive. But now, are they doing that? No. They are waiting on federal government to bring what is called, monthly allocations to be shared. And the federal government is not helping matters. You are giving millions or billions to states, but you are not helping, you are not asking them to account for these states. It is a skewed constitution to promote corruption. That constitution is not it. We discard the constitution and start afresh. If not, you will sink and sink until we have no nation anymore. That's where we are going. If you have people of like mind in your cabinet, it's like when you plant bananas, you reap monkeys. People of like minds kowtowing to the puhu of leadership. How can you get progress? That's what happened in Buhari's regime. But when you are building a government of inclusiveness, you bring Igbos, you bring Yorubas, we have over 250 ethnic nationalities in the nation. You are bringing these over 250 brains. But when you go to your own state, you now cook out only members of your religion and your tribe. It's planting bananas. You reap monkeys.
The nation in the last 20 to 30 years has been suffocated by a political class that put into primary line their own interests and that of their families. A nation that is so endowed with resources, with enough resources to ensure a comfortable life for most Nigerians, have simply turned into a nation of very few people and their own family. The level of poverty in this country, the disconnect between the government and the people who it's supposed to lead, the widening gap between the rich and the poor, the pervasive insecurity and unemployment in the country is enough to bring people out to the street. You can be in authority and in power, but it is only when people decide to fold their arms and endure the suffering which you inflict upon them, then that you will continue to do what you do. If you look at revolutions throughout the world, there must be an issue. In Tunisia, a young man called Mohamed Bouazizi was molested by a policeman, and he decided to burn himself, and that became a trigger that set the whole Arab countries ablaze in the name of what they call Arab Spring. In Sudan, it was about the rising price of bread and a discontent against the regime of al-Bashir became the spirit of the nation. People thought that from 2015, there will be a new spirit, a new order, a new government that will conduct the affairs of the state differently. But we have seen promises upon promises made by the present administration has never been fulfilled. And that is why I believe that our suffering, our hardship, our penury can come to an end once the people of this country decided that they must come out and fight this. And I believe that this is not the end, it is the beginning. The country needs to be reformed.
The only thing that is permanent in life is change. Therefore, change is desirable. However, if there's any time there's any change, we should be aware that a lot of things will have to come into play. It is not limited to change in office, change in personalities, but also includes the way we do things. The way we do things in Nigeria, that is why one of the things that we have not been having desired results. Every time that we have a change in government, there are a lot of expectations from Nigerians. Why are we not achieving this? It is simply because we are only focusing on who should be the head of this parastatal, the head of this agency. It should be further than that. What we should be looking at is changing our orientation, a meaningful way of thinking in a positive way. If there is any change in any office like the CBN, the agenda should be how do you make CBN to be functional, to be responsible in changing the value and the expectations that Nigerians have on our currency. Changing our orientation is very important, which we have been neglecting, and that is why we are not getting our desired result.
When the issues matter and the need to know matters.
The chief of staff of Nigeria couldn't go to his village because it was being occupied by Boko Haram.
Politicians and political parties have massively use money to buy votes and to change the course of electoral direction.
You will also remember the very APC itself set up a Rufai committee recommending restructuring doesn't mean anything. Go back to federalism.
Or the fun and the fair to relieve everyday care.
Life is a riddle, my son. The land bled when Uvorawen was put in shackles. Heaven wept when Saruwiwa was laid to rest.
Everything comes with the Judge Too Funny. Everything comes with who I am.
The Signature Show, your show that matters.
Hello, and thanks for joining us on the Signature Show. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. On the 28th of June, 2 young men were sent to prison in ENUGU. The interesting thing about one of those that was sent to prison was that just about a year ago, he had won election to represent Enugu South Urban constituency at the Enugu House of Assembly. For a lot of his admirers, his journey to prison started with winning that position and being sworn in to serve as a member of the Enugu State House of Assembly. How did Honorable Bright Ngene move from the assembly to prison? Why did one of his friends and a fellow indigene of Akukewani also end up in prison on the 28th of June, 2024. I have with me in the studio 2 gentlemen that will try to unravel, try to untwist this very complicated story in the studio with me. First is a former commissioner in Enugu State, and a former member of the Enugu State House of Assembly. Sometimes is referred to as an elder statesman, Chief Lucky Chukwu. Chief Lucky, you're welcome to the Signature Show.
Thank you very much, V. Martin Silo.
Also in the studio here is Chukwuemeka John Okereke, who is a lawyer and counsel to Bright Chukwuemeka Ngene and John Ewo, who both are now at the Enugu Correctional Center. They have been sentenced to a total of 7 years each in prison, 4 years for stealing and 3 years for conspiracy. Gentlemen, this story has become so big in Nigeria today. There has been demonstrations across the country, especially in Enugu, about this sentence that was given to these 2 gentlemen, especially the sentence given to Honorable Bright Ngene, who just until recently, when the court said they needed to go back and do a rerun of his election in 6 polling units in his state constituency, was a member of the Enugu State House of Assembly. And now he is cooling his heels in prison. I'll start with you, Lucky Chukwu. Your party, LP, which sponsored Bright Ngene to the House of Assembly, is crying wolf. You say there's something wrong with this judgment, there's something wrong with the procedure, there's something wrong with the process. Would you take time and take us a little back about how this journey started for Bright Ngene from the House of Assembly to prison?
Thank you very much, V. Martin Silo. Like you said, the problem of Honorable Barrister Bright Ngene started the day he won his election into ENUGU State House of Assembly. Now, before then, there was a petition because there was crisis in our Akuke community. So, Honorable Bright Ngene was a secretary of a subcommittee. They were not privy to any of the parties. So, the two parties agreed that Bright's
The two
Chambers...
parties, you mean?
The factions.
Okay, there was already a problem in the community.
There was already
and the community was divided into two groups.
They agreed that, in fact, a lien was placed on the account of the community. So there was this agreement that Bright Ngene should make his chamber's account available for the payment of toll that they collect from the sand. You know, Akuke is where tippers go to collect sand. So as they were collecting, they were paying into that account. The road so degenerated to a level that the community said, we must do something about that road. Money was lifted from that account for the construction or reconstruction of that road. When that money was taken away, I'm surprised. What the police wrote was 7-point-something million. But what was in the charge sheet is 15-point-something million. So apparently something is wrong somewhere. The police that investigated the matter came to the conclusion that it was 7-point-something million. But in the charge sheet, the amount was increased to 15 million. However, the petition was dated 2017 and was left in abeyance. No person talked about anything until Honorable Bright Ngene now won election into ENUGU State House of Assembly. They went and resurrected that petition, and he was charged to court. John Ewo was charged to court by association. He's very close to Bright Ngene. The matter was taken to the court of a retiring magistrate court, a retiring magistrate court, Chief A.O. Eze. So, upon the retirement of Eze, the matter was now sent to the court of ENUGU. The way ENUGU was handling that matter was so manifest that he is totally biased.
Okay, before we go to that, because for those details, I want to talk to his lawyer, who is also here in the studio. But before we go there, when Bright won, his victory was challenged in court.
Yes.
And I am aware that the court had ruled that election will be rerun in eight polling units in his federal constituency.
In one ward.
In one ward.
Yeah.
So what happened from that point? Because he had to leave the House of Assembly, or was he still in the House of Assembly?
He had to leave the State House of Assembly
To
in
go and
obedience
to
the order of the tribunal.
Tribunal, okay.
Election Petition Tribunal. So they gave that order. If you look at the proceedings, or you were privy to the proceedings, there was no any way either of the panelists, the judges, with due respect to them, would have made any judgment in that matter. But because something has happened, they couldn't, so they decided, okay, let us order for a run in 8 polling units. The run was slated for 3rd June 2024 to be conducted by the resident electoral commissioner, Chukwuemeka Joseph Chukwu, and of course the electoral officer, ENUGU South Local Government Area, Francis Chibu. There were normal accreditations and all the rest of them who were there. The senator representing Enugu Senatorial Zone, Sir Kevin Chukwu, was there. The member representing Enugu North and South Federal Constituency, Chimatu, was there. Then the member representing Enugu East and Isuzo Federal Constituency, Professor Namchi, was equally there. All the labor officials that have sympathy, including people that have sympathy for Labour that were not members of the Labour Party, were there. So when they wanted to distribute the materials, we discovered to our greatest shock that the result sheet was not among the papers that were supposed to be distributed. We now ask, where is the result sheet?
So there was no result sheet?
There was no result sheet. And we insisted, if there is no result sheet, then there will be no election. That was the scenario. At around 2 p.m., he now called all the members of the political parties, party officials, and all the rest of them, and said that the election was being postponed. He was specifically asked, why are you postponing the election? He didn't give any answer to that. But something happened. The result sheet had already been taken away and result written in advance, just like what happened in Kogi State.
Did you see the result sheet that had been written?
I'm coming to that.
No, did you see the result sheet?
I didn't see the result sheet.
So what I'd like us to take away is that the result sheet was not available.
It was not available.
Yeah.
But if the results had not been written, they would have brought the result sheet back.
Okay, so you are suspecting
Yes.
that it may have been written.
Exactly. And because it has been written, there was no way they could smuggle it in.
That was the assumption.
That's my assumption, and that's correct. Because it happened in Kogi. Results were already written before the election, and they were announcing the result while election was going on. Now, they said no date for the...
So the REC accepted that the election was not going to proceed.
Yes.
Because there was no
result sheet.
Good.
Then Brighton now, through his lawyer that is here with me, wrote a petition to the National INEC chairman, Professor Yakub Mahmood, detailing what happened. The resident electoral commissioner, Mr. Chukwuemeka Joseph Ike, and the EO, Enugu South Urban, they were asked to step aside.
By INEC National?
By INEC National. Given the evidence based on the petition and what transpired. So, the REC, Resident Electoral Commissioner for Anambra State, Mrs. Elizabeth Agu, was asked, together with her team, to come to Enugu on 14th of June to conduct the review.
What happened when they came?
When they came after accreditation, suddenly Chief Jim Nwobodo surfaced and asked the woman to render the election inconclusive. The woman said, no, I won't take instruction from you. I'll take instruction from those who sent me from Abuja.
Who gave you this information?
I was there. I was there. No person gave me any
So
information.
when the woman said, I won't take instructions from you, what happened?
Now Jim retorted in Igbo. When if you go to election, no MSC election. So translated into English, what are you people still waiting for? Election has been completed, and you people are here looking at moping. In fact, that incited members of the PDP.
Again, that's your assumption, that what he said incited them. That is your assumption.
That is my assumption.
Good.
Because immediately after that statement, they started destroying INEC materials. The PDP candidate, Honorable Samungene, personally was destroying the cubicles of INEC. He was caught on camera.
Do you have the video?
Yes.
You
We have the electronic evidence.
You can present that evidence.
Yes. Yes.
You have to present the evidence.
It's all right.
Good.
So when that thing now happened, the woman herself went into her vehicle. Police decided to protect her.
So the election did not continue.
The election, after accreditation, did not continue again.
Because of the violence.
Because of the perceived violence. There was no violence.
No, but you said they were destroying.
Of course, when he made that decision, they started destroying things, and the woman was still willing
to conduct
the election. So she waited patiently. Those talks refused to leave the scene. So the woman now decided that there will be no election after accreditation had taken place. So shortly after that, about 2 weeks after that event, the resident electoral commissioner of Enugu State, Chukwuemeka Joseph Chukwu, now called
the same man that the INEC chairman
asked to step aside
so that the Anambra rec can conduct.
Yes.
Came back again
with the same electoral officer for Enugu South local government, Francis Chibu. They now called all the political parties and the candidates, addressed them that the election was going to take place. So when they came out from that meeting, we did the analysis. Here is a man that could not produce the result sheet in the first election of 3rd June 2024 and was asked to step aside with the electoral officer for Enugu South local government, Mr. Francis Chibu, coming again to say that they are going to conduct an election. So we went home and analyzed the entire thing and decided to address the press. That this is a man that was asked to step aside with his EO. The same, when has he been rebaptized to come out?
Did the election take place eventually?
No, the election did not take place.
Why didn't it take place?
Because we said we don't want the man to come and conduct the election.
Did you petition INEC?
Yes.
And did INEC take action?
We were waiting for the reply of the INEC when the same man said that the election will not take place again.
So up till now, has the election taken place?
The election has not taken place because we refused and insisted that there must not be any election. One, the Election Petition Tribunal started sitting from May to September.
Okay.
When in their verdict, they said rerun must take place in 8 polling units in Enugu South local government area. 90 days.
Is it
within 90 days.
not more
That
than,
INEC, and not more than 90 days.
Okay.
INEC must conduct the election within 90 days and not after 90 days. 90 days came and passed. 125 days came and passed. Look, we are not illiterates. We have the Electoral Act. As it stands now, any election conducted by INEC is null and void in respect of that state constituency.
Okay.
Because the result that came out when INEC conducted the first election was bright 5,862 votes. Mark my word, 5,862 votes. Samungen of PDP, 2,098 votes.
So what was the number of all the votes in the in the 8 polling stations?
I think about 4,000 plus.
Okay, so that was the vote in contention.
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back there. Let me go to Barrister Okereke, who is also the lawyer for Bright Chukwuemeka Ngene and John Ewo. Let's talk about the legal processes which ended with the imprisonment of Bright and John. This matter was in 2017. Nothing happened between 2017 and probably 2023 or 2024. What brought back this matter?
Well, thank you, Martins. Just like my brother said, the political scene introduced another thing into the matter. As a lawyer, I read through the scripts, through the files. I saw the facts open. There was no case either in that file. That was why that case was like no case. Let me put your mind back. AOSA, who is now retired, his worship is a chief magistrate. Transfer that matter to the admin magistrate, who transferred it to Emmanuel Dominic.
Why was it? Because he was retiring?
He retired.
So he transferred to the administrative.
Yes. Yes. Emmanuel Dominic was following this matter. There was no stress. The lawyers who were in that matter at that time did not complain until things started happening politically. It was Bright who told the magistrate that he has interest in politics. And the obvious bias started.
So why did he have to tell the magistrate
because
that he had
we
interest
are
in politics?
all lawyers. Ongu is a friendly man, he's a good man, he's a family man. Bright is a family man. I myself, we are lawyers. We are justices. To others who don't know law. So we have to move together. But that is not the issue. The major issue now is, how did the court conduct this case from that point?
Tell me, that's what I'm asking.
And that is what I'm trying to tell you.
You have addressed press conferences, you have granted interviews where you have accused ED on the magistrate of bias.
Yes.
So that's why I want you to tell me why you concluded that he's biased in this matter.
It was obvious. Obvious in the matter that when a matter is being handled and the magistrate steps into the arena all the time, the magistrate has an obvious interest in that matter.
That's a legal register.
Yes.
What do you mean when he steps into the arena?
stepping into the arena is when, because a judge supposed to be an unbiased judge, because he
what
sits,
you mean is that when by stepping
no,
into the arena, he's
he
biased.
does not look left or right. He sees the law and sees the facts.
What are the facts, barrister?
Yes.
When you say he's biased, he stepped into the arena, what facts do you have? Can you tell me why, either in his conduct or in his process or in his procedure, what convinced you that he's biased and what you did about it?
Okay, let me tell you one thing. First of all, he asked the first defendant, whom I am representing, to go and kneel before the traditional rulers, even when the matter has not been heard. And when that was not done, his interests become obvious. And stepping into the arena, there are so many versions of it. When you come into the arena and take over the prosecution from the prosecutor, the judges don't do that. You allow the prosecutor to prove a case. And we are hammering.
You've not told me how he took over prosecution from the prosecutors. How did he do that?
Okay, let me not take you too far. In court, when a judge begins to ignore certain facts which ought to appear in the record, it is interest, manifest interest. And when the parties see that and petition to the chief judge of the state, who has a supervisory role upon the magistrate, that this is what is happening, and the judge, the chief judge, under his hand and seal, transfer the matter from the magistrate and say, do not do it again. Let another magistrate take over.
So you petitioned the chief judge when you saw the bias.
And the matter was transferred.
And the chief judge of the state transferred the matter to another judge.
By an order of 9th November 2022. The matter was transferred from ED to IM Mama.
So how did the matter now end again in ED Onwu's court, where he gave the judgment, since you said the chief judge had transferred the matter to Mama? What happened?
Martin, that's where we will begin to establish conspiracy.
Please do establish it now.
Yes, because
I need to have the facts.
If the court has actually transferred that matter to IM Mama, and IM Mama sat on that matter, plea was taken.
He did.
And hearing started.
He did.
Hearing commenced. And on the 10th day of November, IM Mama, in his wisdom and knowledge of law, said, there's no matter here in this case. Transfer it to multi-door courthouse for proper mediation. He has seen everything about the file. The matter was pending at the multi-door courthouse when another order from nowhere came, purportedly signed by the chief judge. I said no. If chief judge of ENUGU state...
What was the order about?
The order now ordered that the matter be transferred to court 5. The matter in court 5, be transferred to ED on back again.
I want to be very clear because I'm getting a little confused.
All right.
The chief judge, after your petition, ordered that the matter be taken to Mama's court.
Yes.
And 10 days into the matter, even when Mama had directed that you go to the multi-door to look for how to resolve the matter.
Yes.
Then an order came again from the same chief judge.
It's not 10 days. Martin, it is not 10 days. when the matter was transferred.
Yes.
That was 9th November 2022.
Good.
Now, another letter from NL Chijokabo, the deputy court registrar, the deputy chief registrar, High Court and Litigation,
Okay.
wrote another letter addressed to the third defendant, that is John Ewo, telling him that his application has been refused. The two letters, the one of NLC Abo, Tijoka Abo, denying that the application was refused, and another letter forwarding an order of the chief judge to IM Mama, became conflicting.
So,
yes.
So when you saw these conflicting orders,
it was brought back to the knowledge of the chief judge.
How did you do that?
By presenting it through another
letter,
write-up
to the chief judge.
To the chief
so
judge.
when you got your letter to the chief judge saying that you're getting confused with the conflicting memos or orders coming from the same source, what did the chief judge do?
Another order of the 6th June 2023 was made
By the chief judge?
Restating that the transfer to IM Mama subsists, and that the order of 9th November is still enforced by the order of 6th June.
So what now went wrong? Then if it was back...
After all this, that was when the hearing commenced in Ifeanyi Mama's court.
Where he now decided that you guys should go for
to
mediation.
transfer to multi-door.
So at what point did you have another order now taking the case back to
By 2023 December, another order emerged that the matter be transferred back to ED
from the chief judge?
From the chief judge. Purportedly, because I doubted it, that though the chief judge has right at all times
Did
to transfer cases.
Did you approach the chief judge or did you petition at this time?
I now put up a letter in form of petition. I just mellowed it down and said the title, Request for Direction.
And what did he direct? The chief judge, when he got your letter, what did he direct?
Nothing happened. We were not directed either.
When nothing happened, what did you do?
I wrote again because the court continued. Even when I brought the letter to the notice of the magistrate court, that I wrote a letter against you before the chief judge, that the way you are conducting this matter is not following the procedure. We are laying dangerous precedents before the people. Then he continued, and at this time he started to adjourn the matter more regular than before. I now wrote a letter, another one to the chief judge, which I served through courier service, that there is lawlessness and abuse of office in the magistrate court where I represent the first defendant.
And what did the chief judge do?
And nothing happened.
When nothing happened, were you helpless?
Yes, I was. But I remembered that in 2023, May 23rd, that we filed an application, ex parte motion, seeking for the leave of court to apply for judicial review of the activities of these judicial officers who are going beyond the law. When I now moved that motion on 25th of May 2024, a year after, I expected, and when I moved that motion, it was in the open court, and the judge, with all due respect, gave an order giving us leave to apply for judicial review. I'm prohibiting the magistrate, the chief magistrate, from continuing on the matter.
Which court gave you this judgment?
Court 1, ENUGU State.
Okay.
Presided over by A.O. Onovo.
Okay.
High Court.
High Court. When I got this order, I came to court. I announced it to the magistrate. He said until he sees the order. I went back. The following adjournment, which is the following day, because we have started adjourning on daily basis. I could not get the order. I applied for certified true copy of the record of the court where that order was given. I got a certified true copy and I served it to the court. I said, look at where the order was given. While we are waiting for the order, look at the order was given. Actually, it's not a makeup. Now, he said, until he sees the order.
So eventually you got the certified copy?
I served.
You served the judge? I mean the magistrate?
I served the magistrate in the court and I served to the prosecutor. Unfortunately, that order never saw the light of the day. Because when I approached the registrar of the court, he said, it is typed, but there are some errors until the presiding judge corrects it, that I should come the next day. The next day, I was informed that the file has been removed.
From
court 1 to nowhere.
So did you look for the file?
I asked for the file in the office.
Did you find the file?
No. Because the court clerk told me that file was taken by the deputy chief registrar, N.L. Chijioke Abo, to his own office, to her own office. And what happened is that I waited for the order. That order was made in the open court. I expect to get that order.
So eventually, did you get the order? Because we don't have all the time.
I don't get the order. I didn't.
So what happened?
What happened is the story with the judiciary and judicial workers. Because...
No, what I mean is when you didn't get the...
order.
Yes, to serve.
Yes.
The magistrate who was telling you that he needed to see the document.
Yes.
What how did you move ahead with the case?
I now filed a motion against him. I said, because of all this your comments, all this your acts, attitudes, and breach to the law, it is time for you to recuse yourself of this matter. Allow another magistrate to take care of this case.
Did he agree?
That was the matter we adjourned for motion for 28th of June. And that was the day the motion was moved. But eventually, it came to me that the order which I was waiting for has been vacated. I wasn't there. No notice. This order that was given in the open court was vacated.
Outside the court.
Without the party, without anybody knowing about it. When we now came back, unfortunately, the first thing the prosecutor served me was a certified true copy of the record of court where the other was vacated.
But you were not informed in any way as the lawyer that was represented. Okay.
I now said, you have to recuse yourself, please, because you have done much.
You were telling the magistrate.
And I put it in form of motion.
And he refused.
I will now adjourn to move my motion because they needed to react. He himself, as the magistrate who has been made a party to the case, ought to have filed a counter affidavit.
So when
against all the allegations I have made against him.
So when this was not going the way you wanted, Did you continue with the matter, or did you petition the chief judge again, or what did you do at that time?
At the moment where that lawlessness was not controlled by the chief judge, we are constrained to seek redress at the higher level. We now wrote a petition to NJC, National Judicial Council.
What were you asking the Judicial Council to do?
I asked that they intervene, that my client is going to be convicted unjustly. That's my prayer, and sole prayer too.
Did they intervene? Did they stop the process?
They wrote to me that my petition is taken care of, that they eventually will see to it, and I agreed. Because there are other processes they have to take. I am not holding their brief. But when I came back to ENUGU, I now served my petition to the magistrate. I said, I wrote against you to the NJC. It is better we do not preempt or do anything prejudicial, so that when the NJC steps in, they make their findings. He said he will not receive it.
He refused to?
He refused to collect it. Okay. Then we went and served the chief judge in his office. They collected it. When we now told the NJC secretary, look at what was going on, he said, serve him in any way. We dropped it in his court. And the bailiff swore to an affidavit of service. And we forwarded those affidavit of service back to NJC.
So did he now stop?
He did not stop.
Okay, let me bring...
Because that's why we said there was obvious bias. He was bent on running a script. He could not stop.
What was the script?
The script, political.
Okay, since it's political, let me come to the politician. Chief Lucky. Okay. So, I mean, it was like the lawyer had come to a dead end, kind of. So what happened at that point?
Well, what happened at that point was I had to grant an interview to Arise Television and explained the details of what happened. One, PDP wanted Bright Ngene to cross over from Labour Party to PDP. He refused.
Do you have
about? Yes, I have it.
Do you have evidence?
Of course. Even the day he told me that he was going to meet with the governor, and that an arrangement has been made so that he will go there. I said, you can go and see the governor. He's the governor of the state. But I told him, be very careful.
Did he see the governor?
Eventually, he didn't see the governor. So, he didn't know that they were applying delay tactics to hit at him. So, all these make-up stories was to, you know, whatever action he wants to take, he will drop it. I said, Bright, be very careful. You know what shocked me? On 27th, 7 hillocks filled by armed mobile policemen with double magazines. 8 Sienna with security men. Just over this particular.
Do we have a video?
Of course, there is. We'll make it available to you. You see, I saw that last in a governorship petition tribunal, where the tribunal was going to give their last judgment.
So on this day that you had all the security, heightened security, that was also a day of one of the sittings of
yes.
Of Magistrate Ong.
Yes.
So
in fact, after 27th, he now adjourned to 28 and said that the 2 defendants should come to court by 12 noon. I called John Ewo and Bright. I said, be ready to go to prison. that this man has finished writing his judgment.
Was it just by hindsight, or was
No. The way the matter was going, it was very clear. Even that day he gave the judgment, he said his hands were tied in open court. In open court.
Okay, Lucky, I would go back to the law here. So tell me what happened on the 27th and 28th. We don't have time.
Yes.
We need to be really...
Prior to 27th,
Yes.
they have already scheduled for an election for that rerun on a Saturday. We had a matter on Wednesday. And my client, the first defendant, must attend to a meeting of the INEC. I begged the court to grant him leave to go and attend that matter at that meeting. That was what started the fast lane. Now, when that leave was granted, he now said that the matter must continue. I said, can the matter continue in the absence of the first defendant? Let us adjourn, and if possible, vacate the Friday so that we enable them to participate in the Saturday election. After the election, we'll continue. He said, if that is the case, it is better to call Bright back. Bright, the first defender has gone far. They sent a pregnant woman to go and call him back. He was invited back. When he come back to the court, it was argued again. It was getting late in the night. That was when the court now said it has to be on 27th. On 27th, we were first going to take motion. And that motion was that the Akuke and the Akuku One people wrote a letter as nominal complainants in the matter that they want to withdraw. If it's a sin that their son has committed, they are ready to forgive him. That they should. The court now ruled and said, no, you cannot withdraw.
Why?
Reason best known to him.
He didn't give any reason for refusing.
He said it's only the Attorney General that can grant such leave to withdraw. We lawyers, we said no. That a nominal complainant has right to withdraw his matter or withdraw his evidence or even say, I no longer wish to prosecute. It was overruled. Now, we now quickly adjourned to 28 for motion. Motion to recuse yourself. Motion to recall the third witness that was wrongly foreclosed. And these two motions were moved on 28. And the court insisted on ruling. Even when there was a serious argument, you ought not to be a judge in your own case. These affidavits were against you. I mentioned your name severally, accusing and alleging a lot of bias upon you that you ought to file a counter affidavit. You did not file anything. The prosecution filed just a flimsy something. The court insisted to rule on it. Why not transfer this motion to another court to judge over you? You are sitting as a judge.
So the magistrate ignored the motion.
Ruled against the motion. Overruled it.
And did what?
And said he has power to continue. Then, the counsel to the third defendant rose and said, my client was wrongly foreclosed, that he was the town union chairman who set up the committee where the first defendant was a secretary. That his evidence could have afforded the court first-hand information on why money was transacted in the first place. Because it was his order, the third defendant as the town union chairman,
president,
that ordered for any money to be paid into any account. Even not only the
the judge refused.
He refused.
And went ahead with the judgment.
We did not adjourn for judgment. Even before judgment, we ought to address court. Address, final address is a constitutional right. Even if you did not give evidence, you're supposed to, and you have the right to address court.
Did you request to address the court?
It is a matter of routine. We requested, we were in court, we are ready.
And he refused.
All we ask is, please, like myself, representing the first defendant, I took over this matter halfway. I showed the court my application for the certified true record of court, so that I can now have a full idea of what I will address court on. I showed it to court. Court said, if you cannot address me now, forget it. He now called the third defendant and said that his lawyer should address him. In the end, nobody addressed the court. First defendant, third defendant, prosecution, nobody addressed the court.
And the judge gave his judgment.
He knocked on the table and said, this matter must end today. This matter must end today. And now opened his file and brought out already made judgment. Even if we had addressed court orally, the judgment was already there.
Okay, so he read his judgment. Of course, it's open. He sentenced your client and his friend to 7 years imprisonment.
Yes.
4 years for stealing, 3 years for conspiracy.
Yes.
We have less than 5 minutes.
Yes.
So where do we go from here? What happens? Will Bright, who is supposed to be contesting his position at the tribunal or wherever, or going for re-election or rerun, or refusing not to go, will he continue to be in prison for 7 years? As their lawyer, what are you doing, or what constitutional rights does he have moving forward?
Well, removing politics from it, ENUGU State Judiciary is still a dependable justice institution. I, as the counsel for the first defendant, must, and I have, applied to the same court for bail pending appeal. It is a constitutional right that, so long as they were coming to court religiously and has never failed to appear in court until their judgment,
so you have appealed for,
they are entitled to bail pending appeal. Then, on the errors of judgment and what has happened, transpired in the judgment, there must be an appeal against the conviction.
So are you going to appeal?
We have already appealed. We have already filed our appeal.
Okay.
Yes,
you have the last word. Politically, looking at all this, what's the way forward? What's your party doing about this?
Well, my party, they are doing a lot. V. Martin, my elder brother, Elder Barrister Ibo Chukwuowele, was assassinated because of the type of politics we play in Nkano land. He's an Amade, he's an Odenibo. I was expecting Solomon Lai is dead, Sam Mbakwe is dead, Abubakar Adimi is dead, Goni of Borno State is dead. We thank God that Chief Jim Nwoboro is still alive. We are thinking that Chief Jim Nwoboro, as a foremost politician and a man we regard as our father, who was governor when we were with old Anambra State, will call his children together and not take sides. The day Oyibo was killed, right inside behind his backyard, till date, Jim never issued any statement condemning the killing of my senior brother. and the burning of the corpse, it is unfortunate that Jim will come to the level of House of Assembly to come and take side. Let me warn. They've killed Owele, my brother. We are still looking for those that killed him. But Jim, he will face the judgment of God Almighty.
It's okay. Jim is not here, so we won't let you. I must.
Finally, V. Martins.
In one word.
Yes.
Please, we are out of time.
We are going to get judgment.
Okay.
But Nigerians should watch it. If INEC cannot conduct election in 8 polling units, how will they conduct election in Edo and Ondo?
Okay, gentlemen, I must thank you for your time. We may be bringing you back to the studio because this is a continuing story, it's a developing story. We may bring you back. I want to thank you, Lucky Chukwu, for your time, former commissioner and former member of the ENUGU State House of Assembly. Chukwuemeka John Okereke, lawyer and counsel to Bright, and John Ewo, I must thank you. And you'll be watching The Signature Show. I'm Vin Martin Obiora Ilo from ENUGU, Nigeria. Thanks for watching.
This is still Signature Morning on Signature TV. Like I always like to remind us, don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at Signature TV Officials on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. And on YouTube, you just go and subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's at Signature TV. That was a bout of global news that we got from Charles Pius. Some minutes ago, and it was a whole lot, packed in one. We're still moving on. We have a whole lot lined up today for your viewing and listening pleasure. Um, Today I think we're going to go straight with the newspaper headlines, and for the newspaper headlines, well, okay. Okay, like I said, we're going to go with the newspaper headlines. But before we do that, we just go for a short break. We'll be right back. You need to know some things about the weather. You also need to know some African proverbs. Those are necessary. So let's go for it, and we'll be right back.
They were successful because of the system they were operating. The system encouraged competition, healthy competition, not destructive competition. Then the military came to do a little bit of history. The military came and unified the whole nation into what I see as a foolish unification. And then that foolish unification led to the killing of this competition. You remember there was a granite pyramid in the north, there was cocoa production in the west, there were palm trees production in the east, and the likes of Okpara, as you have mentioned, were encouraging this systemic farming, and they were boosting productions. When the military came, they said all our federation account is now centralized. Then we now rendered our people into parasitic beings who are waiting on the government to bring the largesse from the headquarters before they could move forward. And by so doing, they killed agriculture, they killed education, they killed initiatives. Industries were killed. I was in Kano only a few weeks ago because I was on NUC delegation to Kano to take a look at 1, 2, 3 universities, and we discovered Kano was a place I was visiting as a student of ABU, and at that time they didn't have less than 35 industries. You go to Kano now, the industries have been killed. You don't have even up to 5 industries. That's the danger of rendering nations into parasitic beings that are indolently or parasitically waiting for largesse from the headquarters. That's why many people are talking of fiscal federalism. Fiscal federalism in which you are not breeding states that are parasites, states that are not contributing anything to the national cover. Are you getting it? They're not as indolent as we were made to believe in those days. Were hardworking. Agri products were coming from the north. You get it. Granite pyramid was coming from the north. But now you have these black bag carrying contractors walking all over the place with nothing in their head, deceiving government and allowing government to be deceived for the system to be killed. That's what we are having now. And there's no initiative. If there is a competitive synergy for initiative generation, all the states in the federation must bring to the table their internally generated revenue to survive. But now, are they doing that? No. They are waiting on federal government to bring what is called, monthly allocations to be shared. And the federal government is not helping matters. You are giving millions or billions to states, but you are not helping, you are not asking them to account for these states. It is a skewed constitution to promote corruption. That constitution is not it. We discard the constitution and start afresh. If not, you will sink and sink until we have no nation anymore. That's where we are going. If you have people of like mind in your cabinet, it's like when you plant bananas, you reap monkeys. People of like minds, kowtowing to the puhu of leadership. How can you get progress? That's what happened in Buhari's regime. But when you are building a government of inclusiveness, you bring Igbos, you bring Yorubas, you bring we have over 250 ethnic nationalities in the nation. You are bringing these over 250 brains. But when you go to your own state, you now cook out only members of your religion and your tribe. It's planting bananas. You reap monkeys.
It's still Signature Morning. It's most amazing to hear when people have to say it in their own words and what they feel, their reaction towards some incidents or some happenings in the country or in any nation. And that was educating enough. Now diving straight into our newspaper headlines and review. We start with the headlines. And for the newspaper headlines, the first newspaper we have is the Daily Times, with a screeching headline: "Why we raided second floor of NLC complex, police." With the rider, say raid unconnected to recent #End Bad Governance nationwide protest. Police to sustain protection of rights, promotion of youth welfare, IGP. And that will be seen on page 2 of the Daily Times.
I'm wondering why they actually did not say this from the beginning. Why did NLC have to go back and forth, blaming it on the police, on the DSS? DSS had to come out and say they're not the ones.
Yes.
And now we're out again. Why didn't you just say, like, we did this like on a Sunday, on the very day that you did this raid? Release a statement stating why you did that. Sometimes it's just a lot of things that are hidden around stuff, and then you see a totally different statement that practically takes you away from the real issues.
Basically, some speculations have it that sometimes they make to strike this deal with the people, make them to come to a consensus, please. In case people ask you, tell them it wasn't us, it was just this and all that. But hey, this is Nigeria.
Still on the Daily Times, 2024 WASE, WAEC withholds 215,267 results over alleged malpractice. Whenever I see this withholding, one thing, strikes me is maybe these people had a very, very, very good result. And so, because WASE couldn't fathom how come you'd have all 99%
99.9% of your results.
Yeah.
And then they tend to say, well, maybe there's some malpractice here. They need to check it out. Maybe not.
Okay, and on page 9, relief as federal government pays 45 months minimum wage arrears to NIMET staff.
National Housing Program, federal government gives allottees 8 weeks to complete payment.
Immigration launches investigation into viral passport, tearing incident at Lagos airport.
That video trended online yesterday and the day before, and it's just all over the place. For the very first time, I actually was educated by the fact that if you destroy Nigerian international passports, it's actually a 10-year jail term.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I was thinking it was one of those things that you can do. I don't know, because I mean, you bought it with your money anyway. So
no, but it shows it goes a long way to increase the value on Nigeria and Nigerian passports. You know, so it's not something to be trifled with. You just trash anyhow. So they should also step up in case you drop your passport anyhow or trash it. Be warned, you might be going to jail. So,
okay.
And on page 2, it says, I'm impressed with level of synergy among services, says CDS.
All right, that's all on the Daily Times. We're moving over to the Daily Trust newspaper. On the Daily Trust this morning, quite a mouthful. It's a whole lot there. Let's see if we can grab something out of it. On the Daily Trust, floods kill 7 in Jigawa, Kepi, with the rider submerged roads, farmlands, displays hundreds in Bauchi and Yobe states.
That's one.
Flood is everywhere, frankly.
It is.
Flood is everywhere. I mean, the other day we were reporting the one in Aninri, in ENUGU.
Yes.
And I'm just really shocked that there's little or nothing the government is doing to alleviate the poverty of the people in that area.
It helps. God help us. And on page 25, police trailed Sudan crisis mastermind to Labour House.
Yakasai Yadudu cautioned Tinubu on new constitution. Ohaneze MBF back move.
Okay, this is interesting. On page 31 of the Daily Trust, probe 9 billion naira Olympics funding. Stakeholders tell Tinubu. And just yesterday we talked about the fact that we might spend as much money is spent on the Olympic as the probing. I hope this time we just probe. You know, there's no hassles to them, just probe.
Let's even be sure that the amount that was approved from the presidency is the same amount that was credited to the sports ministry. That's
the point. That's it. Because people might be like, how much did you give me? You know, you said you gave me $1 billion naira, but all I got was a stipend of 5 million. You will be that shocked. Well, still on the Daily Trust. Okay. Gunmen killed 12 in Taraba, Zamfara, Niger, Kaduna.
Up there is gunmen. Down here is unknown gunmen. Some other places bandits. Some other places terrorists. You know, so just give names to these things. Police trailed Sudan crisis. Okay, masterminds to Labour House. I think you said that earlier. We're moving over to the Punch newspaper if we've got time for that. On the Punch this morning, federal governments reached 3 months agreement on local government allocations, with the rider government worried about 1990 era when local governments couldn't pay teachers and workers' salaries, says officials.
Tinubu unveils 30 hybrid CNG buses, and that's on page 19.
Well, let's hope that this is the first phase of releasing these buses, because Nigeria is not Abuja. So I was thinking that this phase would at least start from the states.
It's not just Abuja, yeah.
So let's cut it across. Release in Lagos, release in Anambra, release in Gombe. You know, just at least release up to 10 buses across board. And it's very, very, I mean, it's a good thing that we are using our local companies to, you know, create these things. Innocent has been fingered as one of the persons who has produced these buses, and I so love it that we can expand our horizon. It's not a thing of, capital flights, raising monies, the dollars that we don't have to buy cars from abroad. So hopefully that this expand the capacity of Innocent to produce more CNG buses, and other people get investment into that sector and get us going.
Yeah, because as you did mention, owing to the fact that there are 36 states minus FCT, that's 37. That means if we have one bus distributed across every state, it's not going to go around. So I believe we need more, and that's more production for the indigenous Innocent, and that also has a way it promotes Nigeria in a way, so much so. And still on the headline, protest inflation top as Council of State meets today.
I always love the Council of States. You've seen past leaders. A while I saw Gowon, Goodluck Jonathan together in the table, so I'm going to see them today. So, marketers project 600 liters, 600 naira per liter for Dangote petrol.
Okay, Russian flag. Please move suspects to Abuja. Plan sedition charges.
Mohbad's family opposes late singer's anniversary events.
They've been having this back and forth about how he died, who killed him. Anyway, on page 20, revenue generating agencies failed to remit 4 trillion naira. That's FAAC.
All right. On this day newspaper this morning, alleged 5.4 billion naira shares, CBN, FBN Holdings ask courts to dismiss Barbican capital suits.
Oh, okay. Tinubu inaugurates 30 CNG buses to ease transportation. Says 80% of fuel demand from commercial vehicles cost trillions of naira monthly. And DAPMAN, it's game changer for transport sector. NNPC Foundation supports initiative with 10 CNG buses.
All right. EU wants Elon Musk flowing plan Trump's interview on X.
Nigeria's oil output rose by 930,000 barrels in July, a major boost to forex inflow.
All right. We're done with the D-State newspaper. On The Guardian this morning, federal government may miss 2025 targets as 136 million Nigerians lack internet access.
Okay. Nigeria-bound vessels pay $620 million war risk insurance premium.
Tinubu rolls out locally made CNG buses to ease transportation.
Shuaibu resumes as Edo State Deputy Governor.
Apparently, we have 2 deputy governors right now. I really don't know who the deputy governor is. Since the restatement of Shuaibu,
yes,
it does look like there is some sort of confusion because while he was impeached, another person replaced him almost immediately. So I'm wondering.
So if he resumes, that means the other person takes a back seat.
Absolutely.
Okay. Still moving on with The Guardian on page 8, NYSC invalidates certificates of 101 UNICAL graduates.
Invalidates them. I think it's got to do with something that has to do with admission. When you don't check your admission, they allow you go through the whole hog. But it still beats me why you would allow somebody who has got false allegations or false admissions into a school, stay first year, second year, third year, fourth year, and then at the point where they are graduating, you are telling them that the admission was faulty. I'm wondering why. Why would it take you up to that moment, to tell them that the admission was faulty?
Oh, this is Nigeria. Court throws out application to ban Nigerians from further protest against hunger. Are you okay? That's part of it.
Labour vows to picket states on failure to implement new minimum wage.
And on Vanguard, moving over to Vanguard, distress as harsh economy forces shutdown of over 50 firms. 80% others in lower capacity utilization. Over 100,000 employees thrown into job market. Labour begs federal government to intervene.
Still on the Vanguard, Tinubu commissions 30 hybrid CNG buses.
Alleged 5.4 billion shares. CBN, FBN Holdings asked court to dismiss Barbican capital suit, with the rider cite inability of plaintiff to provide necessary documents to substantiate its shareholding.
Southeast monarchs, clergy decry ethnic profiling of Igbos. That's on page 9 of the Vanguard.
Catholic bishops to federal government save Nigerians from multi-dimensional poverty. This poverty we're talking about is not coming in one way. It has several ways it's attacking Nigeria.
It is indeed. Tribal resumes as Edo deputy governor.
We will engage market leaders to check exploitative pricing. FCCPC boss.
All right. That's all on the Vanguard this morning. We're headed over to the review. Mr. Maduka Chris joins us. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning, Charles. Good morning, Chama.
Good morning.
Yes.
The CNG buses are back, and it looks like it's a welcome development. But then again, you would ask, isn't this putting is it the horse now before the cat, like they say, or the cat before the horse? Which one is it?
It's actually the cat before the, or it depends. It depends on how we're looking at it.
The beautiful country we have, a lot of development that where you cannot beat them, you rather join them. And where you can get so much stressed up, you laugh.
No, but is this actually
let me say,
from a bad
let's
light?
Let's not put it as if federal government, it takes people who have sacrificed and have given thought to this project, and they've declared that CMT buses might help transport sector. Wonderful idea. And it's on good light. NNPC even, first of all, supports the federal government with 10 CNG buses. I said, we are supporting this project with 10 CNG buses. But then the question is, you don't, pardon us if we always think this way. If the people, LNG, liquefied natural gas industry of Nigeria, if what happens, they deny the refineries raw materials. What if you roll out the buses and one day they say, we're not giving you supply gas. We all get rounded up. So these are what makes Nigerians, even when you come up with good projects, there's that scene, what has happened in the past has shown us that this good project, Nigeria is good at generating beautiful ideas that if we follow them strictly, we will move faster.
But there should be measures to checkmate. Like what you said is a concern, and for some people it could be an easy concern. To checkmate
CNG
LNG,
buses,
not to say, okay, we're not going to give you supply.
You don't say what until you get there, you won't know. But what has happened is giving us costs to start thinking that way. Of course, if Nigeria have LNG, as one of the highest producing LNG, around this place, and we're exporting even gas. What happened at the point where they say we're not giving you, and we have to import gas that the CNG buses we use in Nigeria? So it means another way of robbing Peter to pay Paul, because we have crude oil in Nigeria.
But that's already deregulated.
We have crude oil in Nigeria. We're supposed to use it, refine it, use it here, give the rest or export the rest to the world. But it's not happening. And this particular industry, oil and gas, is littered with sleaze and graft. So somebody somewhere has seen it. If the people who are, why is NNPC? Why are they not rushing to give crude oil to our refineries when they did in Nigeria? And they are jumping to CNG buses, compressed natural gas, using buses. And let's develop along the side. Let's not tilt to one side, because if we put all our eggs in one basket, there's likelihood that somebody gets up Sunday and hold up to ransom. And that's the kind of thing that we will have the reason anytime we think about oil and gas in Nigeria. A former president of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, most respected, said they are even regretting that they put all our eggs in one basket, thinking about oil and gas as the only bloodline for Nigeria. And then somebody will know where your air is coming, where you breathe from, and you go there and tighten it every day. International community. Yesterday we almost want to discuss and call people to talk about when they say and we read in the headlines that the international community, that is what is all impeding international, all those international organizations and whatever they call themselves, are impeding Nigeria growth of oil and gas sector. And you think when you start with CND buses, they will not still do something to crumble it? That's why let's get to the drawing board and tighten out these loose ends so that when we come out with, because they are not people who are selling all these Tokumbo things to us. All used vehicles in the world find themselves here. No matter the brand, no matter the make, come to Nigeria, you find them. Some of them, after using them, the first that you cannot even find spare parts for them again. But they're just moved in there. You think they will sit down and see you not patronizing them again when you're starting to use CNG buses, and even locally generated, even the assembled local assembly bus vehicle assembly plants are trying to configure CNG buses, and they see you as a country with 200 million Nigerians, even if you're doing it for only your population, that you go far. So they won't sit down and fold their hands. There's a capitalist economy, is a breakneck competition level atmosphere.
But again, you wouldn't blame these people. I keep saying
no,
that.
We are not, I'm not blaming them. I'm saying, do we realize that we don't have anybody to blame? That's all. If we realize that we have to fight and fulfill our destiny, that we as a country need to understand that nobody loves us more than we love ourselves, then we begin to strengthen this, because we know they will come. Nobody expects there to be a tea party. If in my country, if I'm not from Nigeria, for instance, and I find that when you develop this, it's going to affect all the industries in my place. But the fact is that you still wonder whether after 64 years, our leaders are thinking like I'm talking now. It might be easy for me to say, I've not been at that high level where the view is clear, I see everything from there. But we at the lower cadre of the society are saying, hey, when did they consider us for once, what these opinions tried?
It's painful, really. I mean, even Dangote is still crying. Even after he cried the first time, the president have said, go ahead and supply him with crude in Naira, and still, there's still an issue. Yeah. And there's another department that is still saying, that they have issues with supply to him. He's claiming that the ministry is saying that the federal
government would have asked NNPC, say, please, hold on these 10 buses you are donating. We're experimenting with 30. Go and fulfill the order I gave you. Supply crude to Nigeria.
He's the Minister for Petroleum.
I'm talking about, he sits down there and takes, he's overseeing the whole line of activities in the industry, upstream, downstream, middle stream, or even streams that do not exist. He sees all. So we are not going to go sit down and start pitying him. Oh, sorry, you are seeing too much. Start doing certain things we can see. Then try it. In the industry, we operate media. If you have an idea, I'm the director, for instance, you have an idea, and I try mine, he says, it's not working. I say, okay, can you try mine? If I try as it works, say, kudos, Charles, we are moving together, we're a team.
See, beyond, as in, like you said something about the fact that the president sees from up above, so he sees everything. Isn't it about time that would bring out measures beyond, where even if you are the one as a president who is faulty, you bring yourself to book, and every other person becomes accountable? Because the reason why this lapses is beyond lapses now, there are slacks are happening, is because nobody is accountable and nobody is held accountable. You hear that someone is being reprimanded in court. The next thing, there's supposed to be some other things that will follow, but you don't see that.
Did you say to hold president to hold himself accountable? That's
if he faults, if he is at fault in anything, that is how. For instance, if I am going to lead by example, and I'm supposed to drop this cup here, and I dropped it here, I'm supposed to first punish myself for it,
like,
so that when
yourself too.
Yes, maybe not jail. Don't see. Maybe not jail, because at the time you're jailing, there is someone that will.
Don't mind us. We understand what you're trying to say.
So my point, isn't it time for everyone to be held accountable? Because all of them are under the president. President.
That's what we say. The former vice president of Nigeria, the lawyer, the senior advocate of Nigeria, what's his name again?
Former vice president?
Yeah.
Okay, that's Osibanjo.
Yemi Osibanjo.
Wonderful gentleman. He My worry with what he said is after he left office that he now realized that people are not punished. But he was there with his principal for a long time. They wouldn't see them punishing people who are... Now, for once, get somebody. Now we are talking about, for a long time, we are running around issues. Dangote will go to the press, NNPC will go to the press, and somebody has a minister, if he's in other countries, will say, it's like he's not working out, he'll resign.
Mr. Maduka,
He will resign. You know, you wait for somebody to say, because if you're waiting for somebody to say, I sack you, he's not telling good, but in more decent society, they say, if my idea is not working, I have to pull out. And with honor, you pull out and somebody else comes to try.
Why is it when they are not on seat? You said about the former president of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, saying regretting why they put all their eggs in one basket. I remember a long time ago, whilst we were still kids, maybe not that much of a kid, but he was still, he was the president. And Nigeria's oil, everything about Nigeria was just about oil. And people kept saying, even I remember one of our teachers said, Nigeria needs to go into agriculture. We have other things, and we're focused on...
Is his word against us, because Obasanjo during his own time have Operation Feed the Nation, OFN. He even had his own farm, Ota, in Ota, which bears the same Obasanjo farms, which is somebody said is Operation Feed the Nation, and it was Obasanjo farms, and he had very mighty chain of farm that brings out a lot of things, but one tree cannot make a forest, they say. Obasanjo tried to lead by example when he was there. But what we are saying is, Reuben Abati, after he left the Aso Rock as senior special assistant in media to the president, and said that it was a point he said that you pray for everybody who is in Aso Rock, that the place is bewitched. That when you get in there, you hardly think again like a normal human being. I begin to see it. So let them think as human beings before they get there. Hand us over the blueprint so that we will remind you that it's like when you get there, you forgot everything they've told us even during campaign.
The place is so conducive.
Nobody is talking about all the campaign promises again. And when even we talk about campaign promises, in fact, they are generating more issues that we use to campaign in the next 4 years. So somebody gets in there, the first from the word go, he's creating rooms of what he's going to use to campaign. Okay, for instance, assuming somebody comes in and start promising us that if I get in there as the next president of Nigeria, I will remove oil subsidy. It's not playing on the minds of people. Or I will make sure the oil industry works well. I will supply crude I will maintain refineries, all those kind of things. These are some things that they say what you tell a woman when the lights are out. So that you have your way, and when everybody wakes up, you're like, did I say such? You start bold up and now look at their eyes. Choma is laughing. It's like she is good. She has had something like this before. Somebody has done it to you before, where you wake up and it's like, but you promised last night that you were going to love me forever. Take me on a holiday to Paris. Did I say that? You woman think you drink too much. But when the lights are out again, you begin to say, don't worry. I hope this is not what they're doing to us. Yes, I am a father, a married husband to one wife.
Absolutely.
And I know how we do marketing also to... you need to have
so
such
skills. Form of marketing.
You need to continuously market and learn and do public relations.
So are we now saying that this is the life that we should be living?
What do you want me to link? I'm linking what is happening in Nigeria to that, which is not supposed to be, because it's not one day. Why do we have a high rate of divorce in Nigeria? A wife can take this kind of thing the first time, he said, probably. The second time, when he continues for a long time, he said, well, I don't do again. And that's why the person... So Nigerians can decide, and there's some of them who are jackpot away to other countries and said, don't worry, don't be our president again, don't be our minister, go and try another country. Some of them have shown it very clearly with the last Olympics. And the number of Nigerians who compete against Nigerians keep rising at foreign competitions. So they're making mark. So I am a Nigerian, but I'm proud to stand against Nigeria for Germany and win medals, which you have spent 12 billion naira, you know, we want, but with little euro on this side out. So imagine the little things. We think 12 billion naira with what is happening in this country. Spend 50 billion. Nigeria will not win one single, won't pick gravel anywhere. But when things are going well and people have patriotism and they have a hope that even when I die competing for Nigeria, that my children will have, my family will that my name will go into history as some of the people who have helped. So you sacrifice for nothing. The labors of our heroes has gone to nothing. After 64 years, there's nothing we can hold on strongly and proudly. Everything is degenerating. We make one step forward, 31 backwards. And that's because we are not saying the truth. We are not being sincere. There may be some moves by President Bola Tinubu to try to clear it. But the same country, you ask yourself, are we moving as one?
Right,
Are Nigerians moving?
Just because of time, we'll have to move from there.
Yeah.
WAEC has withheld more than 215 results because of malpractices. Unprecedented.
And it happens 215. Is it that number 215? Is it 215,000? 267 results for alleged malpractice. I'm surprised anyway because of the newspaper that published it. They're trying to play safe. The WAEC, what did the WAEC say? They alleged. They would have proven because they have both the knife and the yam to prove who. The same WAEC, and we have found in Nigeria that we're doing exams, people go on the net and source questions.
Same question.
Who is leaking it?
Right.
And they will come back, young innocent Nigerians who are below the age of 12 and 13, all those coming out to see for WAEC, you are teaching that Nigeria is happening on them. And they say West Africa, but they have their headquarters in Nigeria. So Nigeria happened to WAEC, WAEC will happen to young Nigerians, and it will be a circle of doom. Imagine a young growing who has scored the very result. If it's not their fault, let them go and sort them out. Why are they having it on children? The children who is it them that generated their alleged malpractice? Who aided them? Are the children supervising the exams? Are they the invigilators?
But sometimes, you know, these students and parents connive and they have this special centers that they go to.
Get the parents of the children. Get the parents of the children who did this. Take them to court. If they find that they connive with their parents, let go to jail. Get the WAEC examiners who set exams and keep the library of exam questions. If for instance, you ask me, how do you make this mark? I saw the question before time, and it's me that set it. And when you give me the official exam paper, it's the same result, and I'm punishing you. Something is wrong. Let us be very frank. I'm not supporting exam malpractice. But if I go to exam and somehow I got the result, maybe in a search, because Nigeria, you help things along to work. Nothing works if you allow it. So you help it along. So as exam is coming, I'm doing research to pass my exams, and I stumble on a question, and I study it, and the later I come out and I find out they are real. And then when I write it well and pass, you hold me responsible.
Well,
you punish me?
Whilst we're still...
Or did that the parents buy, or did they go to juju? Because the question they are sitting for, they are scoring high marks and they are reading, is coming from WAEC. Unless WAEC said, not be we now, which, now another fake WAEC said this question, and you got it. I don't know why WAEC left you, what is their problem, and they're fighting people. If you tighten and find a way of tightening this thing, there will, you know, people who go and get...
I think, like you said, you know, Nigeria happened to WAEC. WAEC is happening to the kids because WAEC is not just Nigeria; it's West Africa. It's cut across all West African states. Well, for that, I don't think we can exhaust it. But there is a headline that is caught our attention on Edo government. The fact that Shuaibu is back as the deputy governor, and there was a governor before now, as in someone acting as a governor. And something I think, I don't know if we missed it on Nigerian Tribune, that says, Edo government, Shuaibu fight gets messier. So that means, is there a possibility that there are two sitting deputy governors?
They are just rewriting the history, because that Nigeria has gone into Guinness Book of Records as where you have two deputy governors, two House of Assembly, two emirs. Nigeria has taught that in the Guinness Book of Records. This is the only country where such has happened. What they are trying to do is to rewrite the books. It's been over 1 month that Shuaibu court to declare him and say he's free to come back as deputy governor. So I'm surprised that we're still talking about it this morning, that he's just coming back. And the man has because already sitting deputy governor, who after Shuaibu left as there, I don't know how they're going to do that. Anyway, there's no time fighting dirty because the elections, the election, is it yet on or over? I think they have
September 21st.
So we're talking about days. In a matter of days,
right.
The whole positions will be declared vacant, and then if they win re-election.
There's even one election that I wanted you to talk about. It was in the news today about the Anambra State election, announcing the date for elections, for local government elections, September 28th. I was surprised at that particular news because the last time Anambra State had a local government election was as far back as 2013.
Yes.
And it's stunning. I don't know whether I'm happy or excited or a little bit
well,
mixed
the people that know if people, the southeast states, are trying to play to the rules so that nobody will fault them. For the Anambra State, you said is a Apuga, Apuga State, and it's one of those. I think it's only an Apuga State in Nigeria.
Absolutely.
So if things come around there and they are the first to set the record straight, it also helps their position there. Because within Anambra State, we have had cases of civil liberty organizations and other people, activists, firing that Soludo should organize local government election. So it's like Soludo has been pushed to the point where it's like, I love killing Americans for fun. Now they've been given $1 to do so. So he is hastening the process to clear his hand that he's playing safe and sound because he needs the second tenure in office, evidently. Just like every other governor. It's not his own monopoly. But he has to do all he has to do to carry the people along because the cry continues and people will now say, the Supreme Court has given the order for autonomy and has ordered that we have this and then we have been pushing within. What reason are you going to give us now? So that's why he quickened and went to be the space setter in having first local government election organized. Since 2013, you say?
Yes. Since 2013. I mean, it's funny, more than 11 years.
Yeah, more than 11 years. And, we now have, and you wonder how the states have managed to go on and on and on.
Caretaker committees.
Without. So it pays to get caretaker committees because he who pays the piper.
And on the
and
punch,
that's how he has worked.
On the punch, we saw marketers project 600 naira per litre for Dangote petrol.
Why are they already rushing to predict? Why they not allow demand, given the raw materials to produce and supply? Because this one they're rushing now, everybody will mind with fixed. What if it comes to 200 naira? Is it, and if it's my people, they will say, will it be an abomination? Because if the man, because he want to say, somebody who has a small refinery like that is state of the art, when there's none working in Nigeria, if we produce at good price, nothing stopping him from selling 100 naira. Why are the marketers rushing to sell? They've not rushed to ask the federal government to give in diesel, crude oil. Why are they rushing to give us 600 naira? I see a lot of deception. They will not just play with us. Leave Dangote alone. If you don't want to give in crude oil to produce refined fuel in Nigeria, go on with that fight. But when he finishes, don't rush to set prices for him. Let the market regulate. Because I see from where Dangote is going that if he, instead of all this foreign buying fuel at foreign price, the federal government said give him at local price, money. I see a lot of light at the end of the tunnel that if modular refineries and local refineries begin to operate, that fuel will come back almost to 200 or something. So let the marketers not even, they're afraid already. We
So is it possible they are projecting this so that, because they are marketers, they are projecting this so that the fuel they already have, they will be able to say, because if he reduces his to 100 naira,
some of
they
them
would, it's,
some of them
will be way off the demand. They won't actually have mixed
some
fuels.
of the marketers are importing fuel at even cheaper price depending on their source.
Yes.
And they deregulated Nigeria. But all of them will bring it in and sell to us at 1,000 on average. So why are they doing this? Why are they not going to set price for? You go and kill fly on somebody's leg and go to your own to screech. It's not. It's deception. Let them leave Dangote to produce his fuel, refine his fuel, sell, bring at the price it works well for him. And then things will begin to work if they are sincere about market regulating. At that time, they will import. Because this is the same marketers who are on federal government and they are fighting this, removing the subsidy and all. They are mega cabal. that are controlling this. So let them leave, unless they inaugurate Dangote into their cabal, and then are they using this as when there's an initiation process they put? Otherwise, let them leave Dangote alone. That's my contribution on this. Let them not quickly rush to set price. What of, we're asking, what of if Dangote finish producing and sell at 200? Will they die if Dangote sell at 200 now? So why rushing to put 600? I mean, it's putting the cat. You guys were arguing, is it cat before the horse or horse before the cat? And Nigerians will get you confused that in Nigeria you start surprising. Is it cat, horse? Which one? Before you now realize you're hungry and the hardship, so you get confused more. So let us just think that Nigerians, let them not take us for granted. Marketers, leave Dangote alone. Ask the government to give in crude oil. Leave at what price it sells to us. If he finishes and sell at a high price, we'll buy if we want to buy. And most people now trade. So if you can't put fuel in your car, you trade. But the problem is, now links to one fact that even if you get too hard, the hunger is too much and hardship is too much, you say, I don't want to be a Nigerian, you tear a passport.
You go to jail.
You go to jail.
But that man who did that, showing it to the whole world, it's totally wrong. If I don't want to be a Nigerian again, it's a choice with me and my bedroom. I tear the things and tweet in my toilet, and then Japa. I'll find a way of Japa.
But then again, I think we should actually cut the person some slack. Yes, it's very unpatriotic.
No, it's quite unpatriotic. You
don't
take
that.
Nigeria
but you don't know the measure of how he's been dealt with.
Well,
a lot of people don't have the mind
if
or
you lose your head while others are losing, they don't have any excuse.
No, there's a circumstances around the story, yes. Because it was at the airport it happened. A wife and a husband was coming back from Europe. They had 3 kids. Right at the airport, she told the man, she collected the husband's passport and tore it. And so later on, she was now answering questions on why she tore the passport. And, she was just saying that she has gone through a lot. She didn't say specifically what the problem is, but she said she's gone through a lot. That people should go to her Facebook page to see what the things that she has gone through, that somebody wants to remove her from her marriage, the things that she has suffered with this husband, somebody wants to come and take it all over, and that people should go to her Facebook and see the things.
Does she have her own passport? Which of the passport does work on? That is
she was bought her husband's passport.
Why tearing?
Because she doesn't want her husband to go back to Europe.
And you've inferred that once you tear the passport and tear it in the public, husband and wife quarrel in their bedroom. You should have taken and managed, if you had managed to follow the man back to Nigeria, you managed to follow the man back to the village and to the bedroom, and you now decide there. Because now you have put yourself in trouble. And then somebody, they want to roast you. They want to set fire on you. You use kerosene. Because everybody there is looking for something to project the image of Nigeria. But then anything that will take it even further to the gutters they will defend it. People who are paid to do that will defend it. If you want to tear your passport, go to your bedroom, do it. Don't come to the airport, Nigerian airport, to do it. What marker? Because a lot of international people will see it, and it's like it's gotten to this level. We want you to use you as an example of people who have gotten so detested that they even go to their international airports to tear their passport. A lot of people in Europe and other countries don't like their country. But when they don't like it, it's a personal business to find a way of it.
You can't say that nobody has done that elsewhere in another country. It's possible that several people do it for different reasons.
But you do it, I'm saying the manner you did it, the manner they do it.
Over there, they do much more, and because they don't care whose ox is God. It's for them, they believe is there. But either way, that wasn't handled properly. There are other ways to handle it. It's not about if a man wants to walk away from you. Hey, they say there are so many fish.
This girl has very hard heart. If a man walks away from you, just
no.
Wish
no, you don't. You don't wish it away. But how long can you cry? Maybe she felt that. That's the only opportunity she has to lay hands, or she loves the man too much.
Monday hammer to kill a fly, and
or maybe that's what I'm saying. She wants to keep the man for herself.
They're different
ways. A man is not meant for anybody. A man is not meant to be a property you put in your pocket. A man is meant
for God.
A man is not meant for a woman to. A man is meant to marry the wife of his dream, live a good life. It's not supposed to be
if
a woman will find a way or find a pulse and put you there and zip it
I try not to get into it because either way, I think it works for both parties. You know, we are all meant to coexist, to accompany each other.
Immigration has not been in the news for a long time, and somebody, because you are miffed, which is supposed to be a private thing. You go to the Nigerian International Airport to start hearing passport. Why the immigration people? And they basically have done it not at the waiting room. You have done it where the immigration people saw it, and you try to explain to them. You come and answer more.
They've invited her actually to come and answer questions about the.
Let's wait for the outcome of the answer.
I think for her we should just let it be.
Somebody said we say yesterday don't call for probe of 9 million, and they keep changing the figure from 12 million to 9 million. Please don't probe, because it's using mallet to kill flies. And like I said, if we use 9 million to carve the teeth, how much are we getting when we laugh? So don't worry about that. But then flood kills 7 in Jigawa, and the incident of flooding has come up again. And we said, reminding us, how many times we flood, like mushroom kill your parents before you begin to make provisions? Did they take these people by surprise? Is it that they were sleeping and suddenly their place were flooded? Or NIMET, they follow NIMET warning? And Nigerian, what they call meteorological. Is it that they didn't know, they didn't predict the weather, that the flood will come, and then the 7 people in Jaguar were sleeping in their bedroom, and the flood drowned them up, and whatever is the case, it shows that when we are still hearing this kind of story in Nigeria, now we were adding it up to a lot of things we are going to.
Right.
Remember, a woman went to see a native doctor. Before the woman will sit down for the native doctor to do the juju, there's some air went out of the woman's, like she farted. And the native doctor said, what is that? What's the meaning of that? He said, native doctor, Babalawo, this is part of why I came. The problem of not controlling anything, like my husband doesn't love me, and I have this, and even when not controlling my under, is part of why I came. So this is part of what President Tinubu should look into. Flooding, people will be warned. Probably they don't find a good place where you say you will relocate them, and they will be taken and they go. And we're counting figures. Another 7. The other one is 12. Government killed 12. These are figures every day. We count figures. It looks like we're counting figures of ants and cockroaches. It doesn't make sense again that there are Nigerians that are dying this way.
If we read that, it said relief as federal government pays 45 months minimum wage arrears to NIMET staff. It didn't say how many, if anybody.
No, she's talking about another one. It's the flooding.
But NIMET people are doing their job. They won. They always come out with one. But then the idea is 45 months. That's wonderful. And they're still working there, because I've been working for somebody who was owing me salaries for 2 years. I was still doing there because of the passion of job. So then when I returned one day, he said, Chris, I'm owing you for too long, you're still working here. Something is wrong. If you are not robbing me, then I am robbing you. So for people in NIMET to work for 45 months with salary arrears, and they are still there predicting flood and natural emergencies for Nigeria, something is wrong. Something is wrong. For them now, which one is government work?
Maybe they weren't really even working.
You mean? No, but we have been hearing about their predictions, meaning they are working.
How many predicts? How many persons predicts the weather?
What does it cost? It costs somebody to operate the machine that gives you a lot of things to happen. Somebody has to be there working 24 hours, and they work on shift. And they transfer themselves to NIMET offices, wherever they are, and across the states in Nigeria. And you owe them 45 months. And we are proud to put it in the news. And you expect, of course, they'll be happy. But if I were somebody there, I get this money, I better resign.
Right.
With that, it's enough for us to go. Somebody they've held it for too long for you in savings. You go and better use it to start running a local babalawo where you predict weather.
Chris, we have to leave it there. We have to leave it here because of time.
Thank you.
All right.
Charles. Thank you.
We're back shortly after this short break for our first discourse of the morning. To stay with us, this is Signature Morning. Welcome back. You're watching Signature Morning on Signature Television. Remember, you can join us on all platforms, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, to catch up on what the things that we do online. We're live on YouTube right now. Subscribe to it if you can. Hopefully, it would expand to other platforms. Many thanks for joining us. So we are switching gears to talk insurance. And we're talking about the insurance business in Nigeria. So we have an expert to talk to us about it. He's an insurance and risk management expert. His name is Mr. Chijoke Nwafo. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
You look well insured.
Yes, I am. I am insured. Thank you very much for that. Thanks.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Well, wait, is this how insurance looks? Because if insurance is to be given a person, is this insurance?
Well, it depends on what you mean by this is insurance.
Well, yeah, you look well insured, really.
Well, I think I'm well insured.
But then again, do you look? Does insurance look good as it is with the business of insurance in Nigeria?
Well, every player in an economy, the size and performance actually is a reflection of the entire economy. Understand? If people are doing well, there are so many factories, so many, insurance will boom. Understand? So insurance is performing as well as the economy at the same pace at which the economy is moving.
One basic component of insurance everywhere is trust.
Sure.
Do you think that the Nigerian people still trust the insurance business in Nigeria?
The trust level, I don't think the Nigerian people believe in insurance, maybe because of the past experience in the early the 60s, in the 70s. The early practitioners actually rely so much on those small prints that frustrate policyholders. But in recent times, you can trust insurance with everything you have. You can. The trust is restored fully as at now.
What was it in the past, and what happened to the point that people now start thinking they can trust the insurance system, and what has insurance companies done in order to, help with the trust levels?
First of all, before now we used to experience these small prints. You see insurance policies, very, very frustrating to read. By the time you look at it, just push it away. And insurance companies then do hide most of the serious conditions in those small prints. But as insurance develop in this country, we now realize that, okay, this could be the reason why people don't take this in. Let us make this thing more user-friendly, okay? So we discarded those small prints, made it so bold and so, reader-friendly that people can now trust. And apart from the prints also, the ability to pay claims. Insurance companies pay claims heavily. I can assure you that even all the NSAS issue had in Lagos, okay, all those losses, at least majority, all the insured losses during the NSAS were all taken care of by the insurance industry. I'm sure you're hearing that for the first time.
I'm hearing that for the first time.
But I'm telling you, but actually that was happening.
That's for those that are insured.
Definitely. Now you can't reap from where you did not sow. Okay, you must insure before you can actually benefit from it. If you don't have a policy, you can't file a claim whenever you have a loss.
Okay, we understand that there are principles of insurance.
Definitely.
We know of insurable interest, utmost good faith, what's it called, proximate cause, the likes of indemnity, subrogation.
And contribution.
Thank you. So can you throw more light, even the loss of minimization? So
first, insurance is based on those principles. Why do we need insurable interest? Insurable interest is that principle of insurance that ensures that you have a financial interest in the subject matter of insurance. I'll give you a very simple example. It is the only principle that distinguishes insurance from gambling. Okay? We know 140 bedded in ENUGU, UNTH those days, 140 bedded hospital ward in ENUGU, where we have all those critical illness people being admitted. At least every day or the other day, somebody must die from that ward. Let's assume there's no insurable interest, and I'm an investor. I can come there, insure all the 140 patients there against their life. Okay? So every morning I just wake up and just walk to the 140 bed and look at the first bed. Okay, the man is still alive. Look at, and anyone that is not there, I'll just go and file a claim. But insurable interest is that principle that restricts me from doing that. This cup does not belong to me. It belongs to Signature TV. I don't have the only interest I have here is to use it to maybe take my tea or take water and still leave it here. If it breaks here, I can only sympathize with you over the damage, but I don't have any pecuniary interest and financial interest with it. So that principle ensures that you can insure only those things that you have financial interest in. That's the job of that particular principle. Then the utmost good faith is that, you know, every commercial contract is based on caveat emptor, buyer beware. Insurance contracts are based on uberema fides, which is utmost good faith. You must tell us the truth about the subject matter of insurance, because I'm coming to insure you, but I don't know anything about it. So I'm expecting you, I'm going to rate you, charge you premium based on information that I receive from you. And it is expected that you give me the true information, failing which the policy, I can repudiate a claim whenever I discover that you lied to me. So to make sure that there is a business of trust, which we raised earlier on, for you to trust me, I should also trust you. It's a two-way thing, okay? And that is why that principle is there. The next one is proximate cause. Proximate cause is that active and efficient cause that sets in motion a train of events that brings about a result without intervention of any force started and working actively from a new and independent source. What does that mean? The grammar is so heavy, but let me just break it down for you. If you take 5 textbooks and line them up like this and push the very first one, the first one, the second to third, and the fifth one falls. If I'd ask you, why did this the fifth book fall? You would definitely agree that it is the push I gave to the first one. So is that active and efficient cause that brought about this result? Okay? Second scenario. If I said the same books and I pushed the first one, it fell on the second and I stopped it with my hand. The third, the fourth, and the fifth still standing. Then I shook this table and they fall. What was the cause of that fifth one falling? It is the shake on the table, right? Now, we need that principle to tell us when the insurance will pay. What is that active cause that caused the loss? So that we don't pay for a cause that is for a loss that is caused by a remote cause. We only pay for the active cause, the peril that is active. You can insure your studio against fire. So the major thing we are covering is fire. So if somebody burgles this place, you don't have a claim because it did not cover burglary.
What if it's thunder?
Thunder is if you cover. See, in fire you can extend your policy to cover thunder, lightning, explosion, all those natural peril, social peril, peril of chemical nature. You can insure all those ones. But anything that is not covered in the policy will not be paid for. And the principle that helps us to identify that is the proximate cause. Also, you see, in insurance, there are, in contract generally, there are some contracts that must be evidenced in writing. You know, the trust deed and all that. Insurance happens to be one of the contracts that must be evidenced in writing. So, I cannot give you insurance by word of mouth. We must write it down. And that anything that is covered must be written down. Things that are not covered must be written down. Okay, that's one peculiar thing about insurance. Indemnity, being the next principle, is the only thing that will come to buy an insurance. Because at the end of it all, what is there for me? So, indemnity is putting you back in the same pecuniary position that you were before the loss. Okay? If this thing is insured and we break it and it is broken, so put it back, it's indemnity. There are 4 ways you can do that. You can repair, you can replace, you can reinstate, or you can pay cash. These are the 4 ways to do. You can indemnify someone. Then we have subrogation and contribution, which are corollary of indemnity. Corollary means that they are not standalone; they are attached to indemnity, which means you must have indemnified and you can rest on those. If I insure this maybe your camera against damage, and it fell down against all risk, and I paid the claim. The remnant of that camera becomes my property.
The insurance
Yes,
company's property.
haven't paid you. That subject matter of insurance, the salvage, becomes my property because I've paid you. The principle that enables me to do that is subrogation. And again, if you use your car to hit his, and he's insured, and I pay him, I will come after you to recover whatever loss that you have caused my client. The principle that enables me to do that is a subrogation.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
so the insurance company never loses.
Definitely they lose, because it's not in all cases that you see someone to subrogate on. There are some that are caused by nature that you cannot, you can't sue God, you understand. But insurance definitely will make sure that instead of putting you through that threat of going after the person, just come, I'll settle it because you're my client, and I'll now go after the person that caused that and see to what extent I can recover how much that I've expended on.
So does a car, say for instance a car, does the car belong now to the...
If for example the car is a write-off with insurance, anything that's above 60, because when the sum insured is above 60%, if the cost of repair is up to 60% and above of the value of the subject matter, you write it off, you understand? So if I write it off and decide to pay you the sum insured of that car, the salvage car belongs to me. I'll take it and see what I can salvage out of it to reduce my loss. That is subrogation. The contribution also is the principle that we use to make sure that you don't benefit more than the sum insured from insurance company.
How so?
You cannot take one car and insure with 10 companies and expect to go whenever there's a loss, you now go to all those companies and make claims. You can't do that. It is this principle of contribution that we use to guide it, that makes sure that, okay, if there is a loss and we find out that policy is insured with more than one company, we can't, okay, all the 10 companies come, what is your own sum insured? We'll just get it, use a particular formula to calculate it, and make sure we collect from all of them the value of only one car and give to you. Also, there are other things that could give rise to contribution. Signature TV, for example, can have a studio here, another studio in Abuja, another one in Lagos, and maybe the chairman of the company insure all of them together. But because of the manager will have on ground here, the manager here also will insure this place, maybe not knowing that there has been another insurance in force, okay? Whenever there is a loss and we discover that there are two policies covering the same policy, the two policies will come together and indemnify. I think that's the explanation of the 6 principles of insurance.
Okay.
Wow, interesting.
And what of, sorry, before, the loss of minimization?
Minimization? See, I don't understand what you mean by minimization in insurance, but what we normally do is that we can prevent risk. Well, by the time we get into discussion on the benefits of insurance, we'll talk of how insurance can help you minimize your loss.
The insurance company, does it help to teach those involved how to minimize their losses?
Yes, definitely.
Is it before
whenever you take, if you insure this studio, which I'm sure you did, you can, part of my job as either your broker or the underwriter is to make sure that that thing that we're insuring against does not happen. Because it is better, it's a win-win for all of us if at the end of the year you suffer no loss and I pay no claim.
So what happens, the money that's been paid to you, what happens to it?
You see, that
so
is actually,
somehow
I
lost.
You're not losing anything because you having confidence that had something happened, you have been covered. See, this is how insurance works. Insurance is based on the principle of law of large number. Okay, we have 10,000 people that own cars in ENUGU, for example. And what is the likelihood that more than 20 of them, those cars, will be stolen or involved in an accident in a given year? Because remember, the premium you are paying for this cover is just very small amount of money. For example, for fire of 1 million naira, you are paying only 2,500 naira, for example. So, how many 2,500 naira are you going to collect to pay 1 million naira for a fire loss? So it is your own contribution to a pool of fund, okay, that the underwriter makes sure something is there always to compensate those that are involved, that suffer a loss, okay, the common loss that you all share. If it happens to you, remember, you paid only 2,500 for 1 million, but that basket, that pool must always give you that 1 million. So who pays for the difference? It's the collection of other people that suffer similar exposure, that are exposed to similar risk with you, their contribution that we use to pay you. So for the mere fact that you don't suffer a loss this year, doesn't mean you won't suffer next year. Sometimes you may even not suffer for the next 10 years.
And so that's when all the contributors in this basket never suffers a loss. That means it's huge benefit.
Underwriting profit for the insurance company. But also there are bad underwriting years. We have good underwriting years and bad underwriting years. There are sometimes you take all that, you now keep seeing losses every day, you understand? So sometimes when there are so much losses, you have to source for fund to make sure that thing is there as an underwriter, because you have undertaken to do that. So sometimes when there are some good underwriting years, you take part of that fund to reserve for a bad underwriting year that may happen any other time.
Okay, there is something interesting that just pricked my heart now. In other countries, take for instance the US, you know, someone is sick and you go to the hospital, it's as if the government already insures you because the bill is paid. Somehow, maybe not totally, but you're being treated. But in this part of the world, you're sick, you go, you have to attend to yourself, even whether you're dying or not.
Well,
so would you say that the country insured them? As in, I mean, their country insured them, and here
there's nothing like we don't have the national health insurance program that we have here. They're just fine-tuning this to see whether it can actually help. But there are so many things that are not right that the government's successful government have been trying to put right when it had to do with health insurance. The basic health insurance they give you, national health, may not actually cover most of those sicknesses, critical ailment, you know. They even admission, when you want to be admitted, they will tell you, no, this particular cover you have does not provide for that, because they are starting. But with time, we have not the number to actually engage, have a functional health insurance scheme in Nigeria. And again, one of the reasons why it's not been able to, you know, is just because Nigeria is not part of our culture. Okay? In Nigeria, we believe in, you're my brother, I'm sick now, bros, you know, you have to come and pick the bills. And that's what we still believe in. And because of our culture that we look out for each other, people still see it as, if I'm sick now, my brothers are there. But if they know that even that your brother may not be able to, you will start making arrangements for yourself. So when they call them to come and pay premium for health insurance, most of them don't come up. It's only those that work in an organized establishment like Nature TV that, okay, let me insure all my workers, you know, against
so basically you're saying there are cultural factors
Definitely.
that affects people from joining or participating in insurance policies.
Definitely. I once told somebody that one of the major reasons why insurance is still at the level below 3% or so penetration in Nigeria is because, first, hunger and poverty. Okay? Recently, they say we're about 130 million Nigerians living below poverty, like something like that, sometime last year. And I understand the figure had even gone up after all these subsidy removals. We read Maslow hierarchy of needs, right? Where you are expected to satisfy the basic need first, the clothing, the feeding, and all that. And until you satisfy this, you hardly can move into the next, which is where security, where insurance is. I hope you are getting the picture. Yes. So if you have about 150 million Nigerians still battling with the basic needs, how will they now move into the security aspect of it? So that is one side, and it's a reflection of what is happening in society. You cannot ask a man who has lost his job to come and insure his life or his property, because the basic insurance he needs is his stomach. Also, we keep talking about insurance not being responsive to people, to the insuring public. It's not correct. I tell people everywhere I go that whatever that is worth having is worth insuring. And whatever that is worth insuring is best insured through a registered insurance broker. Insurance is so designed that you don't lose anything. Appointing an insurance broker is the only consultant you engage without paying. Because whether you use a broker or not, the same premium you are charged is what you are going to pay to an insurance company. So why don't you get a broker who will now take that policy and look through it for you and make sure that all the clauses there satisfy your insurance need. And whenever there is a claim, you don't need to start looking for the insurance company. Just call a broker, boy. The thing don't happen. No. It is the job of the broker, who is a professional, that will now take the fight from here and say, okay, this insurance company, this, you collect the form, you fill it on your behalf, do all the processing for you at no extra charge. I hope you understand. I'm sure maybe you'll be hearing that for the first time too.
Absolutely. I mean,
that is what the knowledge that we're trying to see, to let the insurance public know.
This 3% penetration you just mentioned, is it company-wise or individual-wise?
General.
3% penetration.
It means that from the beginning of these streets to the end, you may not have more than 3 buildings, or in every 100 buildings in Nigeria, you may not have more than 3 buildings that are insured.
Wow.
That is the 3% penetration.
But what is causing this lack of penetration within our communities? Are there factors mitigating against this? And how can the industry solve it?
Lack of knowledge, one. Okay? And some of them have already a mindset that insurance is. Somebody even told me that insurance is legalized. So I said, no. Maybe I've been 419 for over 43 years. Is that what you want to tell me? No, it's not legalized 419. Just because you are not aware. Okay? Insurance is one of the best things that anybody can have. One of the best. It gives you a piece. See, you can imagine. And the lack of information, lack of knowledge that I'm talking about is what we have done. The Council of Nigerian Registered Insurance Brokers started what they call visibility project, where they go out to radio, television, do roadshow, tell people about insurance. The Chartered Insurances of Nigeria are doing the same. The Nigerian Insurance Association are doing the same. The National Insurance Commission, the regulator of the insurance industry, also engage in educating people. And until people hear us like this talk, most of them won't believe. Most people still don't know. They think that this insurance is so expensive. They don't know that it's as low as 2,500. You can have a 1 million naira cover for your house, covering you against fire for a whole year.
Okay, because I wanted to ask a question, but because you said this, I think I've once been approached by an insurance company, and to cover for, it wasn't 2,500, it was like 150,000 a month.
For what? For what?
How much? To cover for a car, or be a house or something.
If you say, I'm talking about a house, not the car. The insurance of a car is, the regulator now had pegged it at 5%, but it was 10%.
Of the worth of the car?
Of the worth. It's cheaper. If you've lived in the US, you know how much you pay for an insurance cover there. The premium we pay in Nigeria here is far, far cheaper than what is obtainable. And we are doing all this to make sure that we allow people to, insure.
Can a country be insured?
A country?
Yes.
The country is the things that are in the country. So
that's what I'm saying. Can you be insured?
If you pay me the premium, why not?
Because there's this joke that makes the rounds sometimes, that some people are like, we might wake up one day and Nigeria is no longer our country. So is it possible to insure?
No, to that extent, no, you cannot. As a matter of fact, what makes up a country is what you have in it.
Yes.
The chairs, the human beings, the cars. What insure all of them will believe that, like if you want to insure your house now, you don't insure the land, because the land is there permanently. Okay, you can only show the structure and see anything happen to it.
Okay, do you think, how much of technology is insurance companies leveraging on to improve?
Beautiful. Insurance companies really are trying to keep pace with technology, advancement in the country, in the world, globally. Right now, some companies, just from your handset, you can buy policy. whenever you have a loss, you can just, enter a platform and submit all your documents there, and your claim is treated. Before now, it wasn't like that. Okay, you now have to go and take all those long papers and start filling and stuff. But now, technology is actually almost all insurance companies in Nigeria as today. All of them have this, this technology facilities they use in making sure that they relate with insuring public better.
But the Nigerian
in
insurance
Nigeria,
company,
do
they have?
Yes, they do. They do.
Oh, okay. Okay, do you think religion plays any role in this level of penetration that we
Sure,
have? Because
definitely religion does.
I've heard people say things like, if you go to insure your property or your car, you are thinking that fire is going to affect it, or accidents is going to happen to you. And so because of that, to the extent of that, they don't do it. They just pray to God and say, God is the one that takes care of me. Do you think religion, in that regard, belief, cultural norms, affect this penetration of insurance in Nigeria?
Well, religion, to those that are gullible, sorry to use the word, but I mean, if my pastor moves around with bodyguards, armor-plated vehicles, and sometimes his cars also are involved in an accident I see and I know, and they ask me to prove over my own, you understand? I hope you understand what I mean. It's just only to do the minds that are not right, that have been abused, that will now believe that yes, because my pastor said I should use a sticker, okay, I'm covered. There are certain things you don't wish away. Actually, it's just like saying that you are praying against poverty. Even the Bible recognizes the fact that the poor must be in our midst. It's there. So if you said religion, the only part of religion, there are some parts of the country, our Muslim brothers, most of them actually don't believe in certain things that we talk about. That's why even in the insurance space, we've carved out what they call the Takafu insurance, specifically designed. Is that they call it the Islamic way of insurance, but we still have it in Nigeria. So religion, people may just want to hide under religion not to insure, but I don't really see religion playing. For poverty, yes. Okay, our culture, yes. Because I know I have a very rich brother. If anything happened to me, my brother can always show up for me. And it makes me complacent. But if I know that, yes, I just have to. I don't have any other place. Like US, you made reference to, a child of 18, 19 years will start contributing to the all the expenses in the house, contributing to the rent, to put that responsibility. But if you still have children of 30, 35 years still living in their parents' house in this part and contributing nothing, still eating their mama's food. So that part of culture, yes, it can affect the demand for insurance in Nigeria. Because if I know that my father is rich and I'm in his house, waiting to be the next of kin anytime, you understand? Hoping to be the next of kin, I may not actually take off insurance. But if I know that the challenge ahead of me is great, I need to make provision for protection, then why must I do that? Why wouldn't I do that?
What are the main drivers of customer satisfaction or dissatisfaction within that industry?
The services, insurance claims, settlement of claims. There's an insurance company in Nigeria today that settled my claim in a day, a total loss claim of a vehicle.
In a day?
In a day.
What is the name of the insurance company?
I don't think I should be able to advertise them.
I don't
But
think
if you want, like I said, if you get through to insurance brokers, the brokers know all the capacity and effectiveness of all insurance companies in Nigeria. Now, let me tell you the circumstance that made them to settle this. I was in Lagos. I'm a member of the governing board of council, Nigerian Council of Insurance Brokers. Went for a meeting. Before the meeting, a relation of mine in Port Harcourt called me and said, brother, I had an accident with my car, and just took pictures and sent to me. Total right of the customer saw that. Thank God. And he said that what worries him now is that his wife is about to put to bed and he needs a car in case it happens at any time. Maybe the woman comes into labor, goes into labor late in the night, he would see something to take the woman to the hospital. I said, okay, thank God my meeting time wasn't there. I just took a cab, moved straight to the insurance company, their head office. I went to the MD. Just a one-off case though. As, sir, I have this challenge with me. Okay, this is a relation of mine. These messages that just sent to me. And I said, okay, fill the claim form. I completed the claim form. The pictures are there. The guy sent me his driver's license, made the statement, I signed for him on his behalf, and we filed it there. Not up to 2 hours. The guy called me that I had gotten a lot. Payment of the claim happened that day. The discharge was given to me, I executed it there, and insurance companies, they see payment of claim as at today as a means of advertising themselves.
Wait, was the car insured?
Definitely, definitely was comprehensively insured. That's why I could file a claim.
Okay.
And the claim was settled that day within hours. Okay. Part of the things that delay payment of claim in Nigeria is claims documentation.
So why did the person have to go through you? It's, for instance,
because I'm the professional. I'm the one that can walk straight to an insurance company and process his claim. I'm the one that can tell him his insurance needs.
But were you the one that helped him register?
Yes, I didn't register. I only did the insurance placement for him. He bought a car. I said, guy, you need to insure this car. I said, okay, brother, I will do it. So he asked me the premium. I told him if he made the payment. I asked him, okay, let me have your documents. Once I went and placed with an insurance company.
So is he advised that whenever somebody wants to make handle this insurance stuff, you have to go through?
I said it, and let me repeat myself. I said, whatever that is worth having is worth insuring.
Yes.
And whatever that is worth insuring is best insured through a registered insurance broker.
That's quite interesting point you put out there. These days we see when you go to renew your car papers, there's this other paper that comes that says insurance. How effective are those papers?
Well, I wouldn't know, but actually I would prefer people go straight to an insurance company and buy their policies.
Rather than going
through... because most of the time people have fallen victim of buying papers that are not genuine. So if you have an office where you went to, or a broker that you walk into his office and buy a policy, you can always hold them responsible. At that point, you can't hold anybody responsible. The paper they give to you is
fake.
It's fake. Who will you, if you go back to that same council, who do you hold responsible there?
But it's added to the payment of the renewal.
If you can tell them, no, let me do my insurance. I also have cars. Whenever I want to renew my policy, I'll get my insurance for you. Yes.
It's allowed?
Definitely. Sometimes they will ask to get the insurance first. Then you get the insurance first. They will now use it to give you other documents. You just have to hold an office responsible for insurances.
Wow. Just hearing that for the first time.
So, you can.
Oh, so what's the difference between term and permanent life insurance?
Term insurance. If you are taking a loan, for example, policy that have a term, maybe you take a term assured policy for facilities like loan, or there's a target, maybe you borrow some money from somebody on a or mortgage. You now said, okay, you want to take decreasing term assurance now. Let me just use another word for, because term assurance has so many. There's decreasing time, there are other terms. Yes. Decreasing time assurance for loan, for mortgage. So as you repay the mortgage, the value keep coming down. Your sum insured keep coming down in response to your repayment of your mortgage until net of zero. What does that policy do? It means that if after the first payment, maybe you've taken a loan of 100 million and you're supposed to pay 1 million naira every month or every quarter as the case may be, and you have just paid only 2 installments, leaving an outstanding of 98 million, and the policyholder dies, the insurance company will pay the balance 98 million to make sure your family doesn't lose the house. I hope you understand. It's a single premium policy, which means even if your repayment period is 20 years, you pay premium just once. Okay? And insurance will just take it that, okay, we've taken this person that has collected loan, and as he pays his loan, the value keep coming down. If at the end of the 20 years you survive and you finish paying your loan, policy ceases. Policy is terminated. I hope you understand. Then the whole life assurance I want to insure my life for the benefit of my family. So that if anything happens to me in the long run, my family will have something to leverage on. Insurance will pay them. Okay, so there are so many policies we have in that in life. There are some, apart from that, there are some they call investment policy also. Because of the long nature of life policy, most insurance companies have devised method in which some after 3 years, after 5 years, they pay you. You know, they divide the sum insured in ratio with the period and with interest and pay you. Then you continue again, something like that, just to make sure that.
Okay, there was this case of someone who was working in an oil company, and he had insurance with one of the insurance firms, and when he stopped working there, he went to claim what was supposed to be incurred or something, but they didn't pay him that.
What was the reason? I can't just because I don't know the reason why they took.
Okay, we're
and
wrapping
the
up.
type of
Because
policy.
it was, and at some point it was taking time. They were dragging it, you know. And
We're wrapping up.
Okay.
Well, finally, just to add to the question, we talk about regulations.
Okay.
Do you think that the regulatory bodies are doing well with looking out for making sure that the insurance companies, you know, go through the rules and regulations?
Sure, the regulators are doing wonderfully well. As a matter of fact, if there's any insurance, if you have actually gotten the details of the example you gave me, I would have directed the person maybe walk straight to National Insurance Commission, the regulator. They have a full department that attends to report and, you know, by the insurance public that if you have a genuine claim and you are not paying, just report to them. They will summon the insurance company, give reason why they are not paying.
Okay.
They are very, very effective.
What's the name of the insurance company?
National Insurance Commission.
National Insurance Commission.
There are people that regulate all the insurance business in Nigeria.
Are they domiciled in ENUGU? Or
Abuja, they have an office in ENUGU here along that road where you have Toscana towards the end. You see the right before you get to that junction. By the right, they have an office in ENUGU here. They have. Okay. So if you have any problem, then I mentioned something to you earlier about indemnity, putting you back in the same position you were before the laws. Remember, not every insurance policy is a policy of indemnity. A life policy is not a policy of indemnity. An accident policy is not a policy of indemnity. A policy of indemnity means you are putting you back in the same position you were. A life policy, you cannot replace the life. So it's a benefit policy. So for benefit policy, you can insure with more than 10 insurance companies. You can pay the premium. When the person dies, all the 10 companies will pay. I just want to make sure to correct that, so to explain that, so that you don't believe that all insurance policies are subject to that.
Okay. So in wrapping up, what's your advice to Nigerians and to every other nation that are bit not upcoming or upfront with insurance?
Yeah. Well, I just want to assure Nigerians that insurance works. And I also want to tell them that for them to have good insurance, okay, let them go through a registered insurance broker. They are not paying any extra premium. You can't pay any extra premium to get a broker. It's free. The broker, because whatever earning the broker is built into that premium that you are paying. And even if you don't engage a broker, the insurance company will keep the entire money. So you engage a broker who will read your policy, tell you whether the policies are in order, advise you, you understand, and tell you what to do in terms of loss. And also, wherever there is a loss, you don't need to start running around. Just tell your broker that you have suffered a loss. You take it off from there and process your claim for you.
So how does the broker benefit?
Right.
The broker benefit is inbuilt into the premium that you paid.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chijoke Nwofo.
Thank you very much.
For your time. It's been one amazing time with you.
Thank you.
More than 30 minutes talking about the issue regarding insurance business in Nigeria. Many thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're back shortly for more on this and more after this. Just stay with us.
Straight to
Welcome back. You're watching Signature TV, and this is Signature Morning, and we're doing something amazing from insurance. We're talking local government autonomy. Yes, recently the Supreme Court actually gave full financial autonomy to local government, even though some persons have kicked against it, saying it goes against the spirit of the Constitution. In fact, the 3 local government chairmen of Oyo State pulled out of Algon, saying that they love that the federal government pays the local government allocation through the state government. But then, how important is this particular topic? It's because it talks about activities at the local level. Today we have joining us via Zoom is Chukwuma Ephraim Okenwa, CEO. Thank you for joining us, sir. Good morning. Hello, Mr. Chukwuma.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Charles. Yeah.
Good to have you. Thank you so much for joining us. I have my colleague also, the person of Chamalina, on this discourse.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Kenwa.
Yeah, good morning. Pleasure. Good morning.
All right, straight to the point. Local government elections for the very first time in 11 years. Anambra State will be doing their local government elections by September. ENUGU state elections, local government elections is due in October. The Supreme Court has done something really fantastic. So many persons have pointed out it's not in the spirit of the Constitution. For you, how do you welcome the development so far? And do you think that the latest Supreme Court judgment would in any way improve on what the local government has been in the last few years?
I would say that the news came to me with mixed feelings. Mixed feelings because for 2 things. We are addressing one problem, which has to do with deficiency of the law, because if we have 3 tiers of government, then there should be some level of autonomy, and any autonomy that doesn't co-opt financial autonomy ceases to be one. So reasonably, where this amendment was expected would be with the National Assembly. But it's also another case study of the Supreme Court or the judiciary playing the role of not just an arbiter or an interpreter of the law, but also like a lawmaker, and which should not be like that, being that at the moment, the constitution we have, which has not been amended, clearly states how those funds should go. So in the course of trying to stop the problem of, not allowing governors to use the local government system as a conduit for siphoning of funds, we're also creating another trend of like trying to always use the judiciary to thwart the law, and a few more other cases like we saw in the last End Bad Governance protest, where like the FCT minister had to get like a sort of court judgment, against the principle of the Constitution that citizens have the right to protest. I'm not saying where protesters are restricted, given where to protest, such that they will not be seen. Another instance is also like in the fiscal policy and monetary policy, the inalienable rights of CBN, when CBN wanted to change the old Naira notes, the Supreme Court also was used by the governors. They certainly have no role to play in those areas. But howbeit, I would say that that judgment, should be a reflection of what our constitution ideally would be, so that local government, which is designed for local impact, can actually begin to touch lives at that particular level. People in the local government, they also deserve good governance. You see, one of the problems we've seen is, like in Enugu State, for instance, if a new governor comes and you focus on making impact in the Enugu metropolis, which is just 3 local governments, and not even entirely 3 local governments, because you still have some of those local governments, the metropolitan local government, that still have a rural component. So once you do that, the people are excited that this governor is transformational. But we know that you have a lot of people also in the rural area, and they deserve access to good health, they deserve access to education, they deserve access to market and also entrepreneurship, and also opportunities for young persons. you know, and we can actually achieve that by making the local government system efficient and functional.
Okay, I'm just wondering, if you say that's a good thing, but then we still have to amend the Constitution, why do you think that the Attorney General of the Federation did not advise the President to go through the National Assembly to amend that section of the Constitution so that it will at least scale through? Because it does look like there's still a lacuna to be to be salvaged, because we have even 33 local government chairmen in Oyo State, pulling out of Algon, saying that the federal government should maintain status quo. That's one. Two, we also say that there are other things that have cropped up, that even if you have this autonomy, it is not a guarantee that activities will return to the local government, that the governors will still have a say in what happens at the local government level.
Okay, so two things. First and foremost, let me recognize the fact that at the moment there's an executive bill as it has to do with local government autonomy, sponsored by Mr. President to the National Assembly. And we are waiting to see what happens with that bill. But having said that, we know the way it has always been like in Nigeria, trying to, because you have access to the Supreme Court. But I think also it's very shameful, right? Because what we expect the interpreters of the law to do is that anything that is not there, that is not the law, is not within their jurisdiction to decide, or anything that the law clearly states that may be okay when it comes to monetary policy, leave it all entirely to CBN. When it comes to amendment of the law or making of the law, leave it entirely to the legislature. It shouldn't be a situation where anybody can meet you and say, okay, fine, we don't agree with this. What does the Supreme Court think? The court is not a place of thinking. It's actually a place of judgment, drawing inference based on like cases. And I think, it's really time to really salvage the Nigerian court, because they have reduced themselves to less of what, the constitutional provision. And we see that kind of thing where even sometimes you could see executive playing the role of either the legislature or judiciary and vice versa. Like, what am I even saying about? Haven't you seen like legislators, sometimes they want to carry constitutional projects, right? Like carry out some projects, which, it's not really supposed to be like that. The executive also in some cases, even for the governors, it's really shocked many Nigerians when voices like us began to tell Nigerians that things like setting up a committee to manage the affairs of a local government was actually illegal. It was just like a tradition where a governor wakes up, set up a committee, and say we are going to do election in the next 6 months. So I see that we are not really enjoying the benefits of separation of powers, where if you're executive well, you are legislature, legislate well, you are judiciary, judiciate well, adjudicate well. Don't leave your own position and begin to do another thing. And then to the second point that you mentioned, right? Why governors are so afraid, and I can tell you, they are really very afraid, right? Is that we used, there's a difference between the money comes through the joint state account, and you are the one in a position to give your boys, to settle your boys, right? And then when your boys have access to that money, the first time maybe, especially when the sharing formula you made with them is not a good one, right? It's maybe draconian, like what we saw in the relationship of a Wike and Fubara, who was his loyalist all his life, and he felt that for this accountant who probably helped me to move funds, if I make him the governor, there's going to be loyalty. Charles, I can tell you that once the money comes to anyone directly, the loyalty of the person is not guaranteed. And before now, local government in Enugu State used to get 150 million, right? Now it's about 300 million with the current reviews and the fact. If you get 300 million and maybe your governor say, at the end of the month, bring 200 million. If you do it first month, do it second month, something will tell you, nah, I better take this risk. He can't remove me, I'm not an appointee. Some stakeholders might even say, 2 years is enough, right? I mean, if you want the battle, I will tell the people, like Fubara did it, and we kept free. Fubara came up to say, this is what this guy is negotiating. He is draconian. Could Wike remove him even without the federal might? He could not. Even President Tinubu cannot even remove Fubara if he decide. At least 4 years is guaranteed, right? And even the State House of Assembly can also not just remove him on trump-up charges. To remove a governor, you need like some very, very serious issues, right? Where you can clinch onto. The only thing is that with this level of fight in Rivers, Fubara really need to be a sense because any impeachable offense, right, will be grossly dealt with by those loyalists of Wike. So it's something that the governors are afraid because once the money comes, you are now expected by an informal agreement to return the money. So if you return first quarters, something might tell you, am I not being a fool? Is he not elected as I'm elected? Is he submitting his money on monthly basis to the president? So why should I submit to the governor? And the next thing, maybe what is called in the political balance that he's no more lawyer might begin to play out. And at the end of the day, the godfather and the godson is fighting, you know.
Wow.
Okay. We know that, we understand that provision of basic amenities are one of the core roles of local government to the natives. And being able to access the funds, as enshrined in the Constitution of 162 subsection 5, also helps the local government. But one may wonder, how can this be realized, as this autonomy is shrouded in controversies? How can it be realized?
Okay, so to actually realize that, even the presidency knows the need. And let me tell you the simple truth. You see, like in Nigeria, it's all about assertiveness. The law is oftentimes suspended. We saw how APC came up saying that 25% in Abuja is not compulsory, that Abuja is the 37th state. And I wonder why the Federal Capital Territory is now the 37th instead of the first state, if it is actually should be a state. Wills Wike has even begun to see himself as, we know in Nigeria Constitution, once you do 2 terms as a governor, you cannot run for another position of a governor. Wike, of course, didn't have to run to become the governor in both of Federal Capital Territory. So anybody saying Abuja is like another state of the country is really being diversionary, right? If you also check, like Nigeria adopted its constitution from another nation that practices a presidential system in some regard. Nigeria constitution is a blend of the UK constitution and that of America. In Washington DC has a special status because there you have all of the federal agencies like you have in Nigeria, right? You have all of the federal workers, the directors. So you can't talk about like having that kind of mix. It's just like comparing in terms of the commercial capital, like in Lagos, where you have all of the headquarters, right? Of all the banks, of all the churches, of all the this, comparing that with every other state. Every nation has its commercial capital and has its administrative capital, right? So, but one thing is that APC came up and insisted on this, that it doesn't matter, you mustn't get 25%. And we saw that the judgment was given in their favor, right? So Nigeria oftentimes is all about like you open eye. We saw when Nigerian police came up and said they want to start charging every vehicle owner 5,000 something. And some Nigerians say we no go agree for Nigerian police. Stood on it. Police, there was no law backing them up to leave their job as an organ of the executive to now become lawmakers, saying if you drive, you will give them 5,000. Some Nigerians told them and said, yes, true, now they carry gun. But nobody made provision for you to be the chief cook and also to be the client at the same time. And Nigerians raised up their voice and it stood. Another role of assertiveness, like we could see, is issue of constitutional, what is it called? Not even constitutional, security vote, which is not constitutional. It's become a norm, a tradition in Nigeria. I'm really wondering who we challenge, that, and perhaps how governors could come after the person's life, right? If you come to say this is not constitutional, or even like the office of the first lady, still not constitutional, but assertiveness have actually set all of these things in place. So it is now an assertiveness of Mr. President and assertiveness of the governors. Unfortunately, we don't have too many people as assertive as what is it called? The governor of Oyo State, Makinde, right? A self-made billionaire who has got his onions, who has no favor to maybe to request of the president. He knows the onions from his suya and I decided to take a stand. And that's what I actually expected the governors to do first. Mr. President, but see the strategy that Fabemi used, if we can all recall, that when they fired up for that suit, right, requesting that states that has not don't have a local government system in place, their funds should be withheld, right? And they told governors, if you have any counter to make, you have such a number of days. Many of them, because as much as they are concerned, like the system where our governors are made, and outgoing governors anoint another governor, and even though they appear off with their people, when it also comes to like protecting their state and being assertive, they cannot. They begin to chicken out. Somebody may just be like, if I come out now and say I'm not supporting Mr. President, what if the Jagaban begin to see me as one singular enemy? And many of them chickened out. And only Makinde came after the judgment must have been passed to say perhaps he was relying that the Supreme Court will look at the law and find out that there is no place for what, there's no provision, right, for Mr. President to be provided at the moment with what is their request before the court. There's no provision for that in the court, in the law. So, but the beautiful thing is that, like getting to what you asked, will now be that finally, since there is a bill, once that is secured, right, we are sure that all of the local government funds will come to the local government. And why I think that is going to be healthy, let me say this because it's very important. The governor certainly will be very angry, right, when you begin to have like many of their godsons breaking out. And will now want to begin to call on the citizens to hold their local government responsible, like the president sometimes to say, check, we've increased their federal allocation, we've increased this, don't just be looking at the center. I'm also sure that the state is going to divest some of the attention they have for people also to look the way of the local governments.
Okay, section 1, 2, and 3 of the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit Act have actually tried to address the overbearing power of states over local government. But same has been lampooned for being inconsistent. How do you address that further? How do you further address that?
Yeah, so what I could just say in all of this, some patience is needed. And what everyone in Nigeria should be hopeful and wishing for would actually be for the financial autonomy of the local government to be sustainably secured. Yes, I'm actually aware of when the Financial Intelligence Unit came up with that policy directing governors, right? Or directing rather that the local government should get their money, right, without further encumbrance from the federal government based on intelligence that was shared. But that isn't enough, because until you actually amend appropriate laws, right? That clearly, because when we say that the Constitution is the ground norm, right? You could have acts, some of those things like acts, gazettes, and all the rest are like they are subsidiary, you understand, of the Constitution. They don't have, even though they are law in some regard, but they're not as powerful as the ground norm. Because if any act comes and it's not consistent with the ground norm, then the Constitution takes its place, right? The Constitution should stand. The Constitution should be able to say, so let me give an instance. If in the Police Act, what is just clearly and insidiously discussed is maybe how to even resist protests, like we saw, and Asare Dokubo says that if some people have right to protest, you have right to resist. You will discover that wouldn't be consistent with the right of the citizens to expression, to express themselves through protests, rights to peaceful assembly, and all of those things. So the Constitution still takes its precedence, and I think the president is already doing something about that. And once that scales through, I am sure that all of these unclear areas would be fixed.
All right. I want to say a very big thank you. We're almost out of time, but just in 1 minute, just wrap it up. What are you looking forward to the local government elections in Enugu? We're seeing some primaries being done in the last few days. The so-called primaries for the councillorship and the primaries for the chairmanship will be in a few days' time. I think that's tomorrow or so. So what are you looking forward to the Enugu state elections that is coming up October 5th, and that of Anambra that has that will be happening in September and for the first time since 11 years?
Yeah, well, I'm not expecting anything different. You know, when it comes to elections coordinated by the state electoral commissions, it's almost been like a sort of absolute, the winnings. So maybe you could talk about maybe like the 260 wards in Enugu. I mean, since the Fourth Republic, it's almost been like 260 over 260 for PDP and 17 over 17 for PDP. Regrettably, there's really no viable opposition in Enugu. And I really see that as political juggling for a political party only to be seen towards elections. You begin to look for who to field and posters to print. Politicking is all about, if you are not the ruling party, then you have to be a opposition party. There isn't any opportunity for opportunists. Those are called opportunists. You are not ruling, and you are not even engaging the ruling party. Yet, when there's an opportunity to gather and make noise, you come up, and you must be a joker. You must be a pretender and not a contender. If there's opposition in Enugu, we don't just want to hear them once. We want to hear them all of the time. We want to see them engage on the policy of the ruling parties, right? Interrogate those policies. And then through that, people can begin to see them as those that could do different. Because it's really crazy, like you don't do anything, and then towards election, you field people. I mean, how are you going to even win? Aside from the fact that electoral commissions have like all of this might, I see that I've not really seen any strategy to change the trend, right?
As far as I'm concerned, are really non-issues.
All right.
Dangote's refinery.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chukwuma Okenwa. We do appreciate your take on that, on the local government autonomy. Right now, we'll go for Internet Watch. Do stay with us.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to Internet Watch. I'm your host, Joshua Ritogen. And for the next few minutes, we'll be diving into the latest trend, must-know tips, and everything buzzing on the internet. Whether you're a casual surfer or a digital native, there is something here for you. So let's get connected and see what's making waves online. First, on Internet Watch, we have breaking news from the education sector. Just yesterday, the West African Examination Council released the 2024 WAEC result for school candidates. Out of over 1.6 million students who sat for the exams, unfortunately, 215,267 results has been withheld due to reported cases of examination malpractice, an alarming 11.92% of the total. For those eager to check their results, you can do so online or via SMS. You're welcome. Wishing you guys good luck out there. Of course, if you write well, you go see well. I'm not going to be taking any comments on this. Just go and check your results. In other news, the Nigerian Vice President Kashim Shettima has made a strong statement regarding the state of the northern region. He emphasized that the North has tolerated far too much poverty and corruption for too long. Okay. This bodes would come at a crucial time as the region continues to grapple with significant socio-economic challenges. Now, let's take a quick dive into the comment section to see how people are reacting to the Vice President Shettima's statement. There's a lot of chatter, so let's hear what the internet has to say. Kev is saying, what is Shetim doing? Or has he forgotten he's the VP of the country representing a party called APC? Tonya is saying, seized by Shati Bobo. Nigeria is heading to a place where I would love to live and witness. Is he actually heading to a place? Olongs is saying, tolerated from who exactly? Like, let's be specific with our accusation. Next on the comment section, I have After God's Heart. So what do we do now? No be una ban education for our people. Like, who did not allow them? Obviously, it wasn't the other part of the country. It wasn't the other part of the nation, of course. So who did ban them? Next on the comments, I have Joan on a cruise. Laughing my heart out. Who intentionally made them poor and uneducated? This is a very big question. Who did? Because, of course, the layman can't do this. The common man can't do this. And I am saying, I think the leaders should be held accountable. I honestly do agree with this. I think it's high time where the government, or the governors rather, of each state should be held accountable. And Canary is saying, Buhari was president for 8 years and did not occupy every meaningful position in his government. He borrowed in dollars to spend in the north and even instructed the UN to focus on the north. 80% of palliatives went to the north, and after 8 years, waiting changed. Waiting changed in the north. What changed? Well, what changed? Well, we can see. We can see. Matthew is saying, I still haven't been able to make a tale out of this, even though I have crossed it several times today. The most antagonistic word is tolerated. If I may understand the statement, one may be tempted to ask if the North has been under operation at any time in history. Have they been? They've been the one ruling for a very long time. I mean, a very long time. You can check the statistics, of course. Next on my comment is Chigi. Chigi is saying, the more we keep seeing it as the North, the South, the East, and the West, the more separation. But when we see it as Nigerians, then a change is possible. But like this, we're never ready. Honestly, we're never ready. Until we start seeing it as a big country, one country, and not just North, the West, the South. These are just geographical regions, but we should see ourselves as one. President X is saying, okay, so what has the federal or state government done about the case? Like, what have they done? Have they done everything? Just like I said earlier on, the governor should be held accountable. Protest against your governors instead. Monday Johnson, which is the last comment, is saying, but the North has definitely benefited from corruption more than any other party of the country if we are to be sincere. Any other part, rather, if we are to be sincere. These guys have enjoyed a lot. A lot. But then again, you need to have your statistics before you lay accusations like this. Because of time, these are the stories I could take. You can head to our social media platforms to get more information about things happening around you and the world at large. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Hit that subscribe button now. Ooh, thank you. Remember, it's okay to disconnect sometimes. Try a tech-free hour this evening. Grab a book, go for a walk, or just enjoy some face-to-face time with friends and family. Besides, did you know that just 10 minutes of exercise can boost your mood? A quick walk or a few jumping jacks can release endorphin, making you feel happier almost instantly. I know Nigeria is stressful enough, but still do some bodily exercise. Finally, did you know that dancing burns a lot of calories? Wait, hold up. Not that one you're doing. That's not what we're talking about. You and I know that you're a terrible dancer. That's on the lighter note though. An hour of dancing can burn as many calories as jogging. So next time you're at a church or a party, for some of you, hit the dance floor and groove your way to fitness. That's all the time I have today on Internet Watch. I hope you enjoyed our quick dive into the latest online trends and news. Remember, the internet is a powerful tool. Use it wisely. Stay curious. Keep exploring. Thanks for tuning in. I'll catch you next time. Stay safe, stay connected, and have a fantastic day ahead. I am Joshua Ritogun, and I'm signing off.
Nigeria oil and gas sector has been a thing of concern and actually growing concern over the years. And one might wonder, is it just the things happening or playing within? Is it just as a result of what Nigerians are doing, or do we have outside forces, impeding the growth of what's happening in the Nigerian oil and gas sector? So today we want to talk about how foreign interests are impeding oil and gas sector in Nigeria. And with us to talk about it is Nick Ajule from the United States. Good morning.
I'm actually in the United Kingdom.
Okay. The last time we spoke, you were in United States.
Yeah,
I hope it's not
correct.
the heat wave that is driving you around the world like this.
Not at all. This is where I live. Yeah.
Okay, so you're welcome to the show. Right now, talking about the foreign interests as regards Nigeria oil and gas sector, we want to understand. We want to hear your take on that regard.
Thank you very much for that question. I would say that Nigerian oil and gas industry has always had foreign interest. Let us not forget that when we discovered oil in the 1950s, Nigeria did not have the technology, did not have the expertise, did not have the money to explore, find, and produce crude oil or gas. What happened was foreign interest, specifically Shade Deaki, came to Nigeria with their resources, and they explored for crude oil in the Niger Delta, and that is how Nigeria found crude oil. And since then, the foreign interests have been in Nigeria producing crude oil for Nigeria and for themselves. So the biggest oil fields in Nigeria are actually being operated by foreign interest. So as we speak today in Nigeria, we have Shell, we have Chevron, we have Mobil, we have Texaco, we have Total, we have F, we have Ajib, we have all these foreign companies who are operating in the upstream sector of the Nigerian petroleum industry. And they started with joint ventures with the federal government and later moved to production sharing contracts when they were now going offshore in the shallow offshore or deep offshore. So the foreign interests have always been here in the upstream. It is only in the downstream that we don't have much of foreign interest in the Nigerian oil and gas industry.
Okay. There is also the introduction of CNG buses to the Nigerian world. How do you think this would affect the oil and gas sector?
This is what we should have done many years ago, because by the proved reserves, Nigeria is blessed with more gas than crude oil. So if we got our national development plans and strategy right, we could have been using gas both for domestic, commercial, and industrial purposes, while we produce crude oil, refine it, and then export petroleum products. If that is what we had used as an economic policy, today Nigeria would have been far developed than where we are now. So gas is not only important as a cleaner source of energy, but is also the transition fuel between fossil fuels and renewable energy. That's what the world has come to accept. So the introduction of CNG buses, I would say, is a right step in the right direction, even as it's coming late. That's what is needed. And of course, gas is cheaper, relatively cheaper than petroleum, than crude oil. So if you use gas in your machines or engines or vehicles, you will pay less than if you are use petrol or diesel. However, I have issues that the federal government is the one trying to drive this policy, because I don't believe that the federal government is able to do anything. Because the Nigerian public sector is bedeviled by corruption and inefficiencies in the bureaucracy. So anytime we have government trying to achieve an objective, these factors are militating against that. I would have expected the federal government to offer incentives and create the enabling environment for the private sector to drive the CNG initiative in Nigeria, so that we can have better efficiencies and the rollout will be more seamless, and we'll be able to cover Nigeria with gas usage in our vehicles and engines in a shorter time.
All right. The Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, said a few days ago that the emergence of the Dangote refineries would disrupt oil exploration in the international community, especially the ones that Nigeria imports from. How much of that is positive or negative for Nigeria in the context of the sale of crude to Dangote in Naira?
Okay, so first and foremost, in terms of technical speak, when we say oil exploration, that is the act of looking for crude oil, just to find if there's crude oil in the ground before it is even produced. So the coming on stream of Dangote refinery to say that it's going to disrupt oil exploration elsewhere, I don't see how that is going to be the case. Rather, if Dangote refinery is unable to meet their need for crude oil through local production, they are going to look further afield, maybe to Europe or to the US or even the Middle East, to get crude feedstock into their refinery. And that should be good news to the producers in those places, because they have a new market where they can supply crude oil to. On the other hand, Dangote refinery is a 650,000 barrels refinery. It's a big refinery. It's the world's largest single line refinery. And I think that's where, again, Nigerians need to understand that Dangote refinery is not the biggest refinery. There are refineries elsewhere that are over 1 million barrels per day capacity, but it's just that they have different lines within that refinery. But Dangote's refinery is just a single line at 650,000 barrels. That's a lot of production. And currently, at Nigeria's crude oil production, that is ranging anything, depending on whose numbers you are looking at, from 1.2 million to 1.6 million. The president said 1.7 million the other day. Whatever that number is, 650,000 is a huge chunk of that number. And Dangote refinery, given their capacity, are most unlikely to meet all of their crude oil needs with what is produced in Nigeria. So they are going to definitely have to look further afield to get their crude feedstock. On the other hand, also, at 650,000 barrels, what Dangote refinery is going to produce in terms of petroleum products is going to be too much for the Nigerian market. So again, they will have to look further afield for markets, for outlets to sell their products, because Nigeria is never going to be able to consume all of the Jet A1 that will be produced from Dangote refinery, or the diesel, or even the premium motor spirit, the PMS, which we popularly call petrol. So Dangote refinery, to me, needs to get their strategy right. There have been noises in the country in terms of they insisting that they need to get their crude from Nigeria's production. But that's not the way this thing works. If you look at refineries around the world, a majority of them, if not all of them, they source their crude from different parts of the world. You know, so you cannot insist that so long as you have a refinery in a country, your crude oil feed must come from that country's production, because you see, a lot of people might not understand that the crude oil that is produced in Nigeria does not all belong to the government of Nigeria. Like I say at the start of the program, we have a foreign interests who are operating in Nigeria, and in fact, they are the ones that dominate the upstream sector of the petroleum industry. Upstream means the sector that is actually producing the crude oil. because Dangote is actually operating in the downstream. Downstream is where the crude oil is refined into products and then sold at petrol stations and all of that. That's downstream. Now, in the upstream, you have the likes of Shell, Mobil, Chevron, Total operating. When they get crude oil, they hardly even sell it in the open market because they have refineries elsewhere in the world, and they are taking their own share of crude oil from the Nigeria's production to those their refineries. So you cannot say that, oh, they should no longer supply their refineries somewhere in the world with crude oil they are taking from Nigeria and feed it to Dangote refinery. That's going to be difficult because they have already had these commitments. In the same way, Nigeria's crude oil has been committed to a large extent. So these are the conversations that need to happen. For me, it is surprising that Dangote, after launching his refinery, is up and about, more or less wailing and saying, oh, I'm looking for crude oil, I can't find it. I think that's a big mistake that was made by the management of Dangote refinery, because nobody commissions a refinery without first entering legitimate contracts for supply of crude oil. We're not talking about promises or what domestic crude obligation says or anything. A refinery will usually have contracts, firm contracts in place for their supply of crude oil. So these are conversations that Dangote refinery needed to have started like maybe 2-3 years ago, even in Nigeria, to ask the Nigerian government to say, okay, based on the domestic crude supply provision, can we enter firm contracts as to who is going to give us crude oil? If it is the NNPC, we need a contract in place. If it is international oil companies, we need the contracts in place. And if those contracts didn't sum up to the total crude oil needs that they needed, then they needed to now look further afield and sign contracts with other crude producers, maybe in Africa or in America or in the Middle East. So that by the time they launched their refinery, their crude oil supply would have been guaranteed, and this noise would have become unnecessary.
All right. With the emergence of the Port Harcourt refineries, which the federal government has stated that it will come on board, do you think that we would have a situation like we used to have in telecommunications, where we have several telecommunications network providing services and you can switch, and then it will help bring the prices down? Do you think that will play out with that of the Dangote refinery also producing and the Port Harcourt refinery is also producing?
That is exactly what is needed. So you are right on the money. That competition is what drives economies. You know, you cannot have this kind of capitalist systems where you have businesses running for profit and there is no competition. If there is no competition, then consumers are never going to get the best deal. So what we cannot wait to happen is for Nigeria's 4 other refineries to start operating, and Dangote's refinery has start operating, so that they cannot start fighting for market share. You know, if Dangote refinery puts their petrol in the market at, say, 600 naira, and Port Harcourt refinery is able to put their petrol in the market at 500 naira, we'll be buying Port Harcourt refinery's petrol, and that will force Dangote to probably bring their own cost down to 400, 450. Until we get to that point, we are never going to get the best deal as consumers, and we can't wait for all of these refineries to happen. At the end of the day, the refinery, the 4 refineries that are being run by the NNPC have a combined capacity of 425,000 barrels per day. And if we couple that with Dangote refinery, it means it's over 1 million barrels per day refining capacity. If all of that crude oil is refined, it will definitely need foreign markets, because Nigeria will never be able to consume all of those products. And that will also be good for us, because it will become a source of foreign exchange earnings.
Okay, there is something you said earlier, reiterating it, breaking it down for an ordinary man on the street. You said that not all crude oil in Nigeria belongs to Nigeria.
Yes,
How
absolutely.
So? Not all crude oil found in Nigeria belongs to Nigeria. How so? Can you explain further?
I'm very happy to explain that for the benefit of our viewers. So let me go back in time. Oil exploration started in Nigeria maybe way back, maybe in the 30s. But it was in the 50s that oil was actually found in commercial quantities. And what happened then was that the federal government of Nigeria and the international oil companies that came exploring for oil, the first of them to come was actually Shell. They entered into joint ventures. A joint venture is an agreement where parties come together and say, let us put money together and carry out an activity. And when money comes out of that activity, we will share it. So, like I can give you a very practical example. The shared joint venture has the federal government 55%, Shell 30%, Total 10%, and Ajib 5%. So that is the 100%. So if they have a budget of say $1 billion to look for oil, the federal government will bring $550 million. Shell International will bring $300 million. Total will bring $100 million, and Ajib will bring $5 million. That is how they will get the $1 billion. Then Shell is the operator. So Shell will recruit the staff, buy the equipment, they go in and they look for the oil. When they find the oil and produce the oil, say they produce 1 million barrels of crude oil per day, the federal government will carry 550,000 barrels. Shell International will carry 300,000 barrels. Total will carry 100,000 barrels, and Ajib will carry 50,000 barrels of the oil. They physically carry the oil through lifting. So when they carry the oil, what each partner does with the oil is their own. The federal government usually will sell the oil, and then that is how we fund our budget. Then the international oil companies, that is the Shell, Total, and Ajib, when they usually take their oil, they take it to their refinery somewhere in the world. I mean, Shell can take it to their refinery in Rotterdam or in Aberdeen or somewhere. The same with Total and all of that. So that is what I mean by the oil does not all belong to Nigeria. Now, something happened. Let me just say the second one. Something happened. Nigeria started producing oil on land, which is what we call onshore, on land. And then later on, they started to see oil offshore, in the shallow offshore and the deep offshore. The federal government decided that they were not going into joint venture again because they were having challenges bringing money into the joint venture to fund activities. So they now entered what is called production sharing contract. A production sharing contract is what you call a sole risk. In that one, the federal government does not put money in the venture. The international oil company will use their money and look for oil. If they don't find oil, that is their bad luck. The federal government will say, I don't know anything about it. But if they find oil, then the federal government allows them to take part of the oil. They take part of the oil to meet the cost, which they used in looking for the oil and producing it, which is called cost oil. Then what is left is what is called profit oil. That profit oil, the international oil company shares it with the government of Nigeria. So either way, you will find out that the oil that is produced, the producers themselves have a share from it, and the government of Nigeria has a share from it. So there's no way Nigeria gets 100% of the oil that is produced in Nigeria.
Thank you.
Okay, so how long is this joint venture? Is it supposed to last for as long as Nigeria exists? How long does this last?
You know, the joint venture does not last for as long as Nigeria exists. Usually the joint venture is based on the agreement that is signed with the government of Nigeria for that oil block. So what we are saying here is that if you form a joint venture and you want to explore for oil, you will need to go to Nigeria and obtain what is called an oil prospecting license, which with the PIA is now actually called petroleum prospecting license, because it is not just oil, you're also prospecting for gas. And then that license grants you the right to go and look for the oil and gas. When you find it, you will come back and obtain what is called an oil mining lease, which under the PIA is petroleum mining lease. So that will not grant you a tenure to mine the crude oil. Usually the tenure is like 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. At the end of that tenure, it is also renewable. The government can renew it. If the government chooses not to renew it, then that is the end of you with that oil block. And that will be the end of the joint venture interest in that oil block. So I hope I'm not confusing our listeners that the joint venture are the partners who want to do this oil exploration and production. That is different from getting a license to actually now do the oil exploration and production. So that license is the one that is tenured. So if the license is renewed, then the joint venture continues. That is the way it works.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Nick Agule, for your inputs. Thank you for throwing some light into some of these issues. We truly appreciate you, sir.
Thank you very much, and a happy day to our viewers.
All right. So we're back shortly for the next segment on the morning show. It's all about finance. Do stay with us.
You're still watching The Signature Show.
And on the 7th of December 2023, the West Africa Broadcast and Media Academy, WABMA, opened its new campus in Abuja and graduated its 2023 graduates. WABMA is a media training institute with offices in ENUGU, Lagos, and Abuja. I have in the studio the rector of the West Africa Broadcast and Media Academy, WABMA, Mr. Ike Okere. Sometimes I am tempted to say Chief Ike Okere. You're welcome to our program.
Oh, thank you, Ben. Thank you.
On the 7th, we saw, a coming together of a lot of veterans, a lot of people interested in the media, the graduates, at your new facility in Jabi area of Abuja. And that turns out to be your third campus.
Yes.
In a third city in Nigeria.
Yes.
So tell us, how did this whole West Africa Broadcast and Media Academy, WABMA, come about?
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. The West Africa Broadcast and Media Academy, WABMA, evolved over time. Over time, many of us in the profession noticed that professionalism was no longer the in thing in the media industry, not just in broadcast media, but also in other aspects of media, such as print and especially online. And then you are aware that with the deregulation of the broadcast industry in 1992, there was a proliferation of so many radio, TV stations, and then, of course, online. And not enough professionals were at hand to man these stations. And then, right now, as we speak in 2023, Nigeria probably has more than 800 FM stations, and not enough professionals exist to even run these stations. Not to talk of the many online media houses, then not to talk of the many online print media. So the question now became, how do we develop professionals to fill up this industry? It was always a subject of conversation among many of us in the industry. And so around 2017, we began to crystallize an idea to have a well-run professional media training and certification academy that will not just be national Nigerian, but would be regional West African sub-region. And so a lot of professionals came together, led by the venerable Kevin Ejiofor, Richard Asiebu, there was Jika Ato, there was Ladan Saliu. So many of us came together and we said, let's do something about it. The existing media training institutions at the time, such as the FRCN Training School and the NTA College, were focused on radio and television respectively, and did not have sufficient capacity to train for the whole industry. Also, they were focused mainly on in-person trainings. So you had to go leave your job and take away 6 weeks to 8 weeks or more to get trained. And when we were trying to start WABMA, we said we will overcome all of that. We will overcome issues of distance, capacity, and technology. And so from the very beginning, WABMA was set up to be a multi-platform, multidisciplinary, and multinational training agency. And that is what it is now. And so that is how the idea came about, an international, multidisciplinary, multi-platform. So in other words, you could get all the trainings you want if you want to do just online without losing anything. And you could get all the trainings you want if you want a hybrid of online and in-person. And then multi-campus. Why are we opening campuses in many locations? In order to take this closer to people. Now you find that the whole of the North with 19 states, hardly any media training organizations exist here. NTA College exists in Jos, and that is one out of 19 states in Plateau. Now, what would many people do? And so WABMA coming to Abuja now brings high-class quality professional media certification training to the North. And so it's easier for people to access us. They don't need to go to Lagos anymore, nor do they need to go to ENUGU. Our campus in ENUGU is able to service all persons located in the southeast and south-south, and even north-central. People come, and north-central people can also come to Abuja. And then our campus in Lagos, of course, services the Lagos and southwest zones.
3 years.
Yes.
Of WABMA.
Yes.
I mean, when you look back, what has been the achievement?
Oh, it's been it's been 3 years of a roller coaster ride to our dreams, to doing what we love to do. In these 3 years, WABMA has, without any exaggeration, trained over 3,000 people. Now, not only in our regular trainings, we were fortunate to immediately get national acceptance, such that even the U.S. consulate in Lagos sought us out and made us a partner in the project Fact Check Nigeria project, which ran for a whole 1 year from 2021 to 2022. In that 1 year, they supported us to go to 17 states in Nigeria, where we trained about 2,200 young people in the art and science of fact-checking. And in that project, we also supported 20 radio stations with equipment and trainings. And now a lot of those stations partner with us in airing fact-checking programs. Now, the next year, 2022 to 2023, they also chose us to handle their political reporting project, which again involved trainings in 17 states also, this time only for journalists from all walks of media, print, online, broadcast media. And we brought them, trained them before the elections, how to cover the elections, how to be safe, how to use fact-checking technology to cover the elections, how to do financial political journalism, how do you trace the money and where it's going to. All of that we did. And we ended that project just this year in September with a political journalism award ceremony, during which the best of these 200 journalists we trained, whom we monitored their coverage, the best among them won awards. And then we've also worked with other organizations, such as the Ford Foundation, for instance, and our partners, ENUGU Literary Society, for a project in ENUGU, which was a political enlightenment project where we trained young people about the need to be part of the civic space. All of that were parts of our successes. And then our regular certification courses in basic journalism, basic production, broadcast engineering. And in this period, we also introduced photography, we've introduced video editing, we've introduced comparing, we've introduced, Canva designs and graphic designs, every kind of media-related skill that young people need to be able to thrive. We have now a bouquet of nearly 40 courses that people can take, taught by well-known professionals, available both online on our wabma.org site or in person or a hybrid.
An eventful journey, I must say. Not 3 years without activities. A lot of activities, indeed.
A lot.
And you are in 3 locations in Nigeria.
Yes.
And the projection is that this will be something that is multinational.
Yes.
Any immediate plans for campuses to come up outside Nigeria?
Yes. We are hopeful that in 2024 we'll be opening our Accra campus. In 2024, that's our plan. And after that, we'll move further beyond Ghana into other parts of West Africa. We're exploring opportunities to open in Cameroon and Senegal. So all those are in the plans, but the most definite one is for Accra, Ghana in 2024. In 2024, we also want to expand our online offerings so that people can actually do all their certification courses online. And one thing we do, Vin, is that we place our graduates in internships wherever they are. So in whatever city they are located, we have the connections and we have the partnerships with media houses to place our interns. And that is one aspect of our trainings we take very seriously. And we get reports from those organizations to enable us know how to certify these people as being trained in that area.
When you say certify,
yes,
what certification does WABMA have?
Oh, we already have our regular certification from our registrations at the CAC, but we're also pursuing certifications from the National Board for Technical Education. Okay, so that also is in the works. Now, we are pursuing a dual type of certifications there. We want to be a partner of a place like City and Gates of the UK to be able to offer those kind of certificates that are acceptable outside of the country. Our certificates are already well accepted in the industry here in Nigeria. All media houses accept our graduates. And by the way, none of the existing ones, FRCN Academy or NTA, have any NAPTI certification too. So the credibility lies in the trainers. Who are these people training you? So if you have a certification showing that you were trained by a Kevin Ejiofor, or a Ladan Sali, or an Ilemio Koka, or a Diego Conyedo or a Vin Martinello and all that, then you are sure I, as an employer, would accept that person. But yes, we're also working on the NAPTI certification.
Well, as we end it, so many stations, TV, radio, online, name it, and very few professionals.
Yes.
Is it not something that's affecting the industry negatively?
Of course, of course. Everyone is complaining. Even the audience, whether they are the listeners or the viewers or the online consumers of content, everyone is complaining. Whether it is in presentation or it's in content production or it's in the engineering aspect, the technical aspects, everyone is complaining. Okay? Now, the golden age of media seems to be something in the past, but we're determined to help rebirth it. And that is why we are trying to rebirth it using technology. Okay? For instance, from January 2024, we will introduce a course on AI communications. It's being developed as we speak, so that our media personnel can also ride on new media to be able to deliver this content. But the basics must remain. The basics about balance, about fairness, objectivity, about impartiality, about the whole story must remain, irrespective of what technology you use. Now, the very basics of even public speaking must be taught. And so WAPMA is so not just for industry professionals. We actually want to professionalize everyone. For instance, we'd like to train the National Assembly and State Assembly people on public speaking. We'd like to train them on media relations. You see many of them going on air and messing up. You see many of them having very bad press. All this is a lack of training. Communications training is necessary for everyone, especially when you are beginning to step out of your cocoon and want to start moving higher in your career. So all those trainings for communications trainings and media trainings are our forte. And we want to take media to the wider society so that we train people in media literacy. Because Vin, take it this way. Why is fake news proliferating so much? Lack of media literacy. Because you get a video that clearly is doctored and you don't know it is doctored. So the video is just showing me and then showing some other people's reactions. And at no time does it even pan to show that I'm in the same room with those people. And it shows, and then it makes a claim that I have said this and these are these people's reactions. Even without you being told, you should know that the camera not even panning to show just you and me, shows that these are two separate videos or a montage of other videos packaged by someone who wants to tell a particular story. And then you share this to 20 WhatsApp groups and all of this, and you are creating so much fake news such that even when there is the true news, people no longer believe because of the prevalence of fake news.
And they've even moved it to health products.
Yes.
When you see on Facebook, they put an Arise newscaster on an AIT newscaster or one NTA newscaster and put words in their mouth saying and they are endorsing drugs
and people are fake
and people are buying it hook and sinker.
Why are we sharing those things? Because of lack of media literacy. In Scandinavian countries in Europe, media literacy is taught from secondary school so that children grow up knowing how to consume media. Right now, even in these mobile phones we hold, there is technology there that exists that will show you, if you drop in a photo there, it will show you the first time this photo was ever used online. So that if somebody is repurposing that photo, saying that, oh, this was Vin Martin in a hotel doing so, you drop that photo in tineye.com, for instance. Tineye.com will show you that this was Vin Martin 2 years ago at AIT Studios. This person just took that photo, removed the AIT background and put a hotel and made it appear that Vin Martin was in that hotel.
Well, great job you guys are doing, and I must thank you for the job you're doing and to thank you for coming on our show.
Thank you. And great show you have there.
Congratulations.
Kudos to Signature TV.
And that was the rector of the West Africa Broadcast and Media Academy, WABMA, Mr. Ike Okere, talking to us on the recent graduation and opening of the Abuja campus. And that's how we draw the curtain on our show today. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo from Abuja in Nigeria, thanking you for watching and asking you to go to our social media platforms and promising that if you go to www.signaturetv.org, you can watch this program again and watch our other programs. Until next week, bye for now.
They were successful because of the system they were operating. The system encouraged competition, healthy competition, not destructive competition. Then the military came to do a little bit of history. The military came and unified the whole nation into what I see as a foolish unification. And then that foolish unification led to the killing of this competition. You remember there was a granite pyramid in the north, there was cocoa production in the west, there were palm trees production in the east, and the likes of Okpara, as you have mentioned, were encouraging this systemic farming, and they were boosting productions. When the military came, they said all our federation account is now centralized. Then we now rendered our people into parasitic beings who are waiting on the government to bring the largesse from the headquarters before they could move forward. And by so doing, they killed agriculture, they killed education, they killed initiatives. Industries were killed. I was in Kano only a few weeks ago because I was on NUC delegation to Kano to take a look at 1, 2, 3 universities, and we discovered Kano was a place I was visiting as a student of ABU, and at that time they didn't have less than 35 industries. You go to Kano now, the industries have been killed. You don't have even up to 5 industries. That's the danger of rendering nations into parasitic beings that are indolently or parasitically waiting for largesse from the headquarters. That's why many people are talking of fiscal federalism. Fiscal federalism in which you are not breeding states that are parasites, states that are not contributing anything to the national coffers. Are you getting it? They're not as indolent as we were made to believe in those days. We're hardworking. Agri products were coming from the north. You get it. Granite pyramid was coming from the north. But now you have these black bag carrying contractors walking all over the place with nothing in their head, deceiving government and allowing government to be deceived for the system to be killed. That's what we are having now. And there's no initiative. If there is a competitive synergy for initiative generation, all the states in the federation must bring to the table their internally generated revenue to survive. But now, are they doing that? No. They are waiting on federal government to bring what is called, monthly allocations to be shared. And the federal government is not helping matters. You are giving millions or billions to states, but you are not helping, you are not asking them to account for these states. It is a skewed constitution to promote corruption. That constitution is not it. We discard the constitution and start afresh. If not, you will sink and sink until we have no nation anymore. That's where we are going. If you have people of like mind in your cabinet, it's like when you plant bananas, you reap monkeys. People of like minds, kowtowing to the puhu of leadership. How can you get progress? That's what happened in Buhari's regime. But when you are building a government of inclusiveness, you bring Igbos, you bring Yorubas, you bring we have over 250 ethnic nationalities in the nation. You are bringing these over 250 brains. But when you go to your own state, you now cook out only members of your religion and your tribe. It's planting bananas. You reap monkeys.
The nation in the last 20 to 30 years has been suffocated by a political class that put into primary line their own interests and that of their families. A nation that is so endowed with resources, with enough resources to ensure a comfortable life for most Nigerians, have simply turned into a nation of very few people and their own family. The level of poverty in this country, the disconnect between the government and the people who it's supposed to lead, the widening gap between the rich and the poor, the pervasive insecurity and unemployment in the country is enough to bring people out to the street. You can be in authority and in power, but it is only when people decide to fold their arms and endure the suffering which you inflict upon them, then that you will continue to do what you do. If you look at revolutions throughout the world, there must be an issue. In Tunisia, a young man called Mohamed Bouazizi was molested by a policeman, and he decided to burn himself, and that became a trigger that set the whole Arab countries ablaze in the name of what they call Arab Spring. In Sudan, it was about the rising price of bread and a discontent against the regime of al-Bashir became the spirit of the nation. People thought that from 2015, there will be a new spirit, a new order, a new government that will conduct the affairs of the state differently. But we have seen promises upon promises made by the present administration has never been fulfilled. And that is why I believe that our suffering, our hardship, our penury can come to an end once the people of this country decided that they must come out and fight this. And I believe that this is not the end, it is the beginning. The country needs to be reformed.
The only thing that is permanent in life is change. Therefore, change is desirable. However, if there's anytime there's any change, we should be aware that a lot of things will have to come into play. It is not limited to change in office, change in personalities, but also includes the way we do things. The way we do things in Nigeria, that is why one of the things that we have not been having desired results. Every time that we have a change in government, there are a lot of expectations from Nigerians. Why are we not achieving this? It is simply because we are only focusing on who should be the head of this parastatal, the head of this agency. It should be further than that. What we should be looking at is changing our orientation, a meaningful way of thinking in a positive way. If there is any change in any office like the CBN, the agenda should be how do you make CBN to be functional, to be responsible in changing the value and the expectations that Nigerians have on our currency. Changing our orientation is very important, which we have been neglecting, and that is why we are not getting our desired result.
When the issues matter and the need to know matters.
The chief of staff of Nigeria couldn't go to his village because it was being occupied by Boko Haram.
Politicians and political parties have massively used money to buy votes and to change the course of electoral direction.
You will also remember the very APC itself set up El-Rufai committee recommending restructuring doesn't mean anything. Go back to federalism.
Or the fun and the fair to relieve everyday care.
Life is a riddle, my son. The land bled when Uvorawen was put in shackles. Heaven wept when Saruwiwa was laid to rest.
Everything comes with the Judge Tufoni. Everything comes with who I am.
The Signature Show, your show that matters.
Hello, and thanks for joining us on the Signature Show. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. On the 28th of June, 2 young men were sent to prison in ENUGU. The interesting thing about one of those that was sent to prison was that just about a year ago, he had won election to represent Enugu South Urban constituency at the Enugu House of Assembly. For a lot of his admirers, his journey to prison started with winning that position and being sworn in to serve as a member of the Enugu State House of Assembly. How did Honorable Bright Ngene move from the assembly to prison? Why did one of his friends and a fellow indigene of Akukewani also end up in prison on the 28th of June, 2024? I have with me in the studio two gentlemen that will try to unravel, try to untwist this very complicated story in the studio with me. First is a former commissioner in Enugu State and a former member of the Enugu State House of Assembly. Sometimes is referred to as an elder statesman, Chief Lucky Chukwu. Chief Lucky, you're welcome to the Signature Show.
Thank you very much, V. Martin Silo.
Also in the studio here is Chukwuemeka John Okereke, who is a lawyer and counsel to Bright Chukwuemeka Ngene and John Ewo, who both are now at the Enugu Correctional Center. They have been sentenced to a total of 7 years each in prison, 4 years for stealing and 3 years for conspiracy. Gentlemen, this story has become so big in Nigeria today. There has been demonstrations across the country, especially in Enugu, about this sentence that was given to these two gentlemen, especially the sentence given to Honorable Bright Ngene, who just until recently, when the court said they needed to go back and do a rerun of his election in 6 polling units in his state constituency, was a member of the Enugu State House of Assembly. And now he is cooling his heels in prison. I'll start with you, Lucky Chukwu. Your party, LP, which sponsored Bright Ngene to the House of Assembly, is crying wolf. You say there's something wrong with this judgment, there's something wrong with the procedure, there's something wrong with the process. Would you take time and take us a little back about how this journey started for Bright Ngene from the House of Assembly to prison?
Thank you very much, V. Martin Silo. Like you said, the problem of Honorable Barrister Bright Ngene started the day he won his election into Enugu State House of Assembly. Now, before then, there was a petition because there was crisis in our Akuke community. So, Honorable Bright Ngene was a secretary of a subcommittee. They were not privy to any of the parties. So, the two parties agreed that Bright's
the two
chamber...
parties, you mean?
The factions.
Okay, there was already a problem in the community.
There was already
and the community was divided into two groups.
They agreed that, in fact, a lien was placed on the account of the community. So there was this agreement that Bright Ngene should make his chamber's account available for the payment of toll that they collect from the sand. You know, Akuke is where tippers go to collect sand. So as they were collecting, they were paying into that account. The road so degenerated to a level that the community said, we must do something about that road. Money was lifted from that account. for the construction or reconstruction of that route. When that money was taken away, I'm surprised. What the police wrote was 7-point-something million. But what was in the charge sheet is 15-point-something million. So apparently something is wrong somewhere. The police that investigated the matter came to the conclusion that it was 7-point-something million. But in the charge sheet, the amount was increased to 15 million. However, the petition was dated 2017 and was left in abeyance. No person talked about anything until Honorable Bright Ngene now won election into Enugu State House of Assembly. They went and resurrected that petition, and it was charged to court. John Ewo was charged to court by association. He's very close to Bright Ngene. The matter was taken to the court of a retiring magistrate court, a retiring magistrate court, Chief A.O. Eze. So, upon the retirement of Eze, the matter was now sent to the court of ENUGU. The way ENUGU was handling that matter was so manifest that he is totally biased.
Okay, before we go to that, because for those details, I want to talk to his lawyer,
okay,
who is also here in the studio. But before we go there, when Bright won,
yes,
his victory was challenged in court.
Yes.
And I am aware that the court had ruled that election will be rerun in
eight polling units.
8 polling units in his federal constituency.
In one ward.
In one ward.
Yeah.
So what happened from that point? Because he had to leave the House of Assembly. Or was he still in the House of Assembly?
He had to leave the State House of Assembly
to
in
go and
obedience
to the
order of the tribunal.
Tribunal, okay.
Election Petition Tribunal. So they gave that order. If you look at the proceedings, or you were privy to the proceedings, there was no any way either of the panelists, the judges, with due respect to them, would have made any judgment in that matter. But because something has happened, they couldn't, so they decided, okay, let us order for a run in 8 polling units. The run was slated for 3rd June 2024 to be conducted by the resident electoral commissioner, Chukwuemeka Joseph Chukwu, and of course the electoral officer, Enugu South Local Government Area, Francis Chibu. There were normal accreditations and all the rest of them who were there. The senator representing Enugu Senatorial Zone, Sir Kevin Chukwu, was there. The member representing Enugu North and South Federal Constituency, Chimatu, was there. Then the member representing Enugu East and East Uzo Federal Constituency, Professor Namchi, was equally there. All the labor officials that have sympathy, including people that have sympathy for Labour that were not members of the Labour Party, were there. So when they wanted to distribute the materials, we discovered to our greatest shock that the result sheet was not among the papers that were supposed to be distributed. We now ask, where is the result sheet?
So there was no result sheet.
There was no result sheet. And we insisted, if there is no result sheet, then there will be no election. That was the scenario. At around 2 p.m., he now called all the members of the political parties, party officials, and all the rest of them, and said that the election was being postponed. He was specifically asked, why are you postponing the election? He didn't give any answer to that. But something happened. The result sheet had already been taken away and result written in advance, just like what happened in Kogi State.
Did you see the result sheet that had been written?
I'm coming to that.
No, did you see the result sheet?
I didn't see the result sheet.
So what I'd like us to take away is that the result sheet was not available.
It was not available.
Yeah.
But if the results had not been written, they would have brought the result sheet back.
Okay, so you are suspecting
Yes.
that it may have been written.
Exactly. And because it has been written, there was no way they could smuggle it in.
That was the assumption.
That's my assumption, and that's correct. Because it happened in Kogi. Results were already written before the election, and they were announcing the result while election was going on. Now, they said no date for the...
So the REC accepted that the election was not going to proceed.
Yes.
Because there was no
result sheet.
sheet. Good.
Then Bright Ngene now, through his lawyer that is here with me, wrote a petition to the National INEC chairman, Professor Yakub Mahmood, detailing what happened. The resident electoral commissioner, Mr. Chukwuemeka Joseph Ike, and the EO, ENUGU South Urban, they were asked to step aside.
By INEC National.
By INEC National. Given the evidence based on the petition and what transpired. So, the REC, Resident Electoral Commissioner for Anambra State, Mrs. Elizabeth Agu, was asked, together with her team, to come to Enugu on 14th of June to conduct the rerun.
What happened when they came?
When they came after accreditation, suddenly Chief Jim Nwobodo surfaced and asked the woman to render the election inconclusive. The woman said, no, I won't take instruction from you. I'll take instruction from those who sent me from Abuja.
Who gave you this information?
I was there. I was there. No person gave me any information.
So when the woman said, I won't take instructions from you, what happened?
Now, Jim retorted in Igbo. MS going to election. MS election. So, translated into English, what are you people still waiting for? Election has been completed, and you people are here looking at moping. In fact, that incited members of the PDP.
Again, that's your assumption, that what he said incited them. That is your assumption.
That is my assumption.
Good.
Because immediately after that statement, they started destroying INEC materials. The PDP candidate, Honorable Samungene, personally was destroying the cubicles of INEC. He was caught on camera.
Do you have the video?
Yes. We have the electronic evidence.
You can present that evidence.
Yes. Yes.
You have to present the evidence.
It's all right.
Good.
So, when that thing now happened, the woman herself went into her vehicle. Police decided to protect her.
So the election did not continue.
The election, after accreditation, did not continue again.
Because of the violence.
Because of the perceived violence. There was no violence.
No, but you said they were destroying.
Of course, when he made that decision, they started destroying things, and the woman was still willing
to conduct
the election. So she waited patiently. Those talks refused to leave the scene. So the woman now decided that there will be no election after accreditation had taken place. So, shortly after that, about 2 weeks after that event, the resident electoral commissioner of Enugu State, Chukwuemeka Joseph Chukwu, now called
the same man that the INEC chairman
asked to step aside
so that the Anambra rec can conduct.
Yes.
Came back again.
Came back again with the same electoral officer for Enugu South local government, Francis Chibu. They now called all the political parties and the candidates, addressed them that the election was going to take place. So when they came out from that meeting, we did the analysis. Here is a man that could not produce the result sheet in the first election of 3rd June 2024 and was asked to step aside with the electoral officer for Enugu South local government, Mr. Francis Chibu, coming again to say that they are going to conduct an election. So we went home and analyzed the entire thing and decided to address the press. That this is a man that was asked to step aside with his EO. The same. When has he been rebaptized to come and?
Did the election take place eventually?
No, the election did not take place.
Why didn't it take place?
Because we said we don't want the man to come and conduct the election.
Did you petition INEC?
Yes.
And did INEC take action?
We were waiting for the reply of the INEC when the same man said that the election will not take place again.
So, so up till now, has the election taken place?
The election has not taken place because we refused and insisted that there must not be any election. One, the Election Petition Tribunal started sitting from May to September.
Okay.
When in their verdict, they said rerun must take place in 8 polling units in Enugu South local government area. 90 days. Within 90 days, not more than 90 days. Okay. INEC must conduct an election within 90 days and not after 90 days. 90 days came and passed. 125 days came and passed. Look, we are not illiterates. We have the Electoral Act. As it stands now, any election conducted by INEC is null and void in respect of that state constituency.
Okay.
Because the result that came out when INEC conducted the first election was bright 5,862 votes. Mark my word, 5,862 votes. Samungen of PDP, 2,098 votes.
So what was the number of all the votes in the in the 8 polling stations?
I think about 4,000 plus.
Okay, so that was the vote in contention.
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back there. Let me go to Barrister Okereke, who is also the lawyer for Bright Chukwuemeka Ngene and John Ewo. Let's talk about the legal processes which ended with the imprisonment of Bright and John. This matter was in 2017. Nothing happened between 2017 and probably 2023 or 2024. What brought back this matter?
Well, thank you, Martins. Just like my brother said, the political scene introduced another thing into the matter. As a lawyer, I read through the scripts, through the files, I saw the facts open. There was no case either in that file. That was why that case was like no case. Let me put your mind back. AOSZ, who is now retired, his worship is a chief magistrate. Transferred that matter to the admin magistrate, who transferred it to Emmanuel Dominic.
Why was it? Because he was retiring?
He retired.
So he transferred to the administrative.
Yes. Yes. Emmanuel Dominic was following this matter. There was no stress. The lawyers who were in that matter at that time did not complain until things started happening politically. It was Bright who told the magistrate that he has interest in politics. And the obvious bias started.
So why did he have to tell the magistrate
because
that he has
we
interest
are
in politics?
all lawyers. Ongu is a friendly man, he's a good man, he's a family man. Bright is a family man. I myself, we are lawyers. We are justices. To others who don't know law. So we have to move together. But that is not the issue. The major issue now is, how did the court conduct this case from that point?
Tell me, that's what I'm asking.
And that is what I'm trying to tell you.
You have addressed press conferences, you have granted interviews where you have accused EO on ED on with the magistrate of bias.
Yes.
So that's why I want you to tell me why you concluded that is biased in this matter.
It was obvious. Obvious in the matter that when a matter is being handled and the magistrate steps into the arena all the time, the magistrate has an obvious interest in that matter.
That's a legal register.
Yes.
What do you mean when he steps into the arena?
Stepping into the arena is when, because a judge supposed to be an unbiased judge, because
what you mean is that by stepping into the arena,
he
biased.
does not look left or right. He sees the law and sees the facts.
What are the facts, barrister?
Yes.
When you say he's biased, he stepped into the arena, what facts do you have? Can you tell me why, either in his conduct or in his process or in his procedure, what convinced you that he's biased and what you did about it?
Okay, let me tell you one thing. First of all, he asked the first defendant, whom I am representing, to go and kneel before the traditional rulers, even when the matter has not been heard. And when that was not done, his interests become obvious. And stepping into the arena, there are so many versions of it. When you come into the arena and take over the prosecution from the prosecutor, the judges don't do that. You allow the prosecutor to prove a case. And we are hammering.
You've not told me how he took over prosecution from the prosecutors. How did he do that?
Okay, let me not take you too far. In court, when a judge begins to ignore certain facts which ought to appear in the record, it is interest, manifest interest. And when the parties see that and petition to the chief judge of the state, who has a supervisory role upon the magistrate, that this is what is happening, and the judge, the chief judge, under his hand and seal, transfer the matter from the magistrate and say, do not do it again. Let another magistrate take over.
So you petitioned the chief judge when you saw the bias.
And the matter was transferred.
And the chief judge of the state transferred the matter to another judge.
By an order of 9th November 2022. The matter was transferred from ED to IM Mama.
So how did the matter now end again in ED Onwu's court where he gave the judgment? Since you said the chief judge had transferred the matter to Mama, what happened?
Martin, that's where we will begin to establish conspiracy.
Please do establish it now.
Yes, because
I need to have the facts.
If the court has actually transferred that matter to IM Mama, and IM Mama sat on that matter, plea was taken.
He did.
And hearing started.
He did.
Hearing commenced. And on the 10th day of November, IM Mama, in his wisdom and knowledge of law, said, there's no matter here in this case. Transfer it to multi-door courthouse for proper mediation. He has seen everything about the file. The matter was pending at the multi-door courthouse when another order from nowhere came, purportedly signed by the chief judge. I said no. If chief judge of Enugu State...
What was the order about?
The order now ordered that the matter be transferred to Court 5. The matter in Court 5, be transferred to ED on back again.
I want to be very clear because I'm getting a little confused.
All right.
The chief judge, after your petition, ordered that the matter be taken to Mama's court.
Yes.
And 10 days into the matter, even when Mama had directed that you go to the multi-door to look for how to resolve the matter.
Yes.
Then an order came again from the same chief judge.
It's not 10 days. Martin, it is not 10 days. When the matter was transferred.
Yes.
That was 9th November 2022.
Good.
Now, another letter from NL Chijokabo, the deputy court registrar, the deputy chief registrar, High Court and Litigation.
Okay.
Wrote another letter addressed to the third defendant, that is John Ewo, telling him that his application has been refused. The two letters, the one of NLC Abo, Tijoka Abo, denying that the application was refused, and another letter forwarding an order of the chief judge to IM Mama, became conflicting.
So, so when you saw these conflicting orders,
it was brought back to the knowledge of the chief judge.
How did you do that?
By presenting it through another
letter,
write-up
to the chief judge.
To the chief
so
judge.
when you got your letter to the chief judge saying that you're getting confused with the conflicting memos or orders coming from the same source, what did the chief judge do?
Another order of the 6th June 2023 was made
by the chief judge.
Restating that the transfer to IM Mama subsists, and that the order of 9th November is still enforced.
So
by the order of 6th June.
So what now went wrong? Then if it was back...
After all this, that was when the hearing commenced in Ifeanyi Mama's court.
Where he now decided that you guys should go for mediation.
Transfer to multi-door.
So at what point did you have another order now taking the case back to
By 2023 December, another order emerged. that the matter be transferred back to ED
from the chief judge?
From the chief judge. Purportedly, because I doubted it, that though the chief judge has right at all times to transfer cases.
Did you approach the chief judge or did you petition at this time?
I now put up a letter in form of petition. I just mellowed it down and said the title, Request for Direction.
And what did he direct? The chief judge, when he got your letter, what did he direct?
Nothing happened. We were not directed either.
When nothing happened, what did you do?
I wrote again because the court continued. Even when I brought the letter to the notice of the magistrate court, that I wrote a letter against you before the chief judge, that the way you are conducting this matter is not following the procedure. We are laying dangerous precedents before the people. Then he continued, and at this time he started to adjourn the matter more regular than before. I now wrote a letter, another one to the chief judge, which I served through courier service, that there is lawlessness and abuse of office in the magistrate court where I represent the first defendant.
And what did the chief judge do?
And nothing happened.
When nothing happened, were you helpless?
Yes, I was. But I remembered that in 2023, May 23rd, that we filed an application, ex parte motion, seeking for the leave of court to apply for judicial review of the activities of these judicial officers who are going beyond the law. When I now moved that motion on 25th of May 2024, a year after, I expected, and when I moved that motion, it was in the open court, and the judge, with all due respect, gave an order giving us leave to apply for judicial review and prohibiting the magistrate, the chief magistrate, from continuing on the matter.
Which court gave you this judgment?
Court 1, ENUGU State.
Okay.
Presided over by A.O. Onovo.
Okay.
High Court.
High Court. When I got this order, I came to court. I announced it to the magistrate. He said until he sees the order. I went back. The following adjournment, which is the following day, because we have started adjourning on daily basis. I could not get the order. I applied for certified true copy of the record of the court where that order was given. I got a certified true copy and I served it to the court. I said, look at where the order was given. While we are waiting for the order, look at the order was given. Actually, it's not a makeup. Now, he said, until he sees the order.
So eventually you got the certified copy?
I served.
You served the judge? I mean the magistrate?
I served the magistrate in the court and I served to the prosecutor. Unfortunately, that order never saw the light of the day because when I approached the registrar of the court, he said, it is typed, but there are some errors until the presiding judge corrects it, that I should come the next day. The next day, I was informed that the file has been removed.
From
court 1 to nowhere.
So did you look for the file?
I asked for the file in the office.
Did you find the file?
No. Because the court clerk told me that file was taken by the deputy chief registrar NL Chijioke Agbo to his own office, to her own office. And what happened is that I waited for the order. That order was made in the open court. I expect to get that order.
So eventually, did you get the order?
I
Because
did not get the
we don't have
order.
all the time.
I don't get the order. I
Okay.
didn't.
So what happened?
What happened is the story with the judiciary and judicial workers. Because
No, what I mean is when you didn't get the
order.
Yes, to serve.
Yes.
The magistrate who was telling you that he needed to see the document.
Yes.
What how did you move ahead with the case?
I now filed a motion against him. I said, because of all this your comments, all this your acts, attitudes, and breach to the law, it is time for you to recuse yourself of this matter. Allow this another magistrate to take care of this case.
Did he agree?
That was the matter we adjourned for motion for 28th of June. And that was the day the motion was moved. But eventually, it came to me that the order which I was waiting for has been vacated. I wasn't there. No notice. This order that was given in the open court was vacated.
Outside the court.
Without the party, without anybody knowing about it. When we now came back, unfortunately, the first day